The feast is ready, but the sky belongs to impatient vultures. Dozens crowd around the carcass, assuming the prize is theirs by numbers. But they miscalculate. Out of nowhere, a black streak explodes from the brush. It is the honey badger, refusing to share a single morsel. Charging into the feathered wall with razor-sharp claws, it sends panic through the flock. The Sky Lords stumble backward, utterly bewildered. Inch by inch, the tiny terror forces them to retreat in absolute defeat. Just as vultures retreat, cunning jackals emerge, hunting in coordinated packs. To them, a lone badger should be an easy meal. But the jackals play a losing game. As one strikes from behind, the badger uses its flexible spine to twist around instantly, launching a vicious counterattack. Fangs snap in the dusty air. The honey badger turns hunter, chasing the pack away with tails tucked. This small creature is not a victim. It is a nightmare wrapped in fur. a massive shadow looms, the spotted hyena, a bone-crushing heavyweight. Before this legendary clash, take a second to hit subscribe for more Wild Chronicles. Now, back to the action. The hyena steps forward, expecting a fleeing victim. Instead, the honey badger stands like a titan, puffing its body and issuing a deep, rattling growl. Caught off guard, the giant lunges, but the tiny warrior surges directly forward. Stunned by fierce courage defying all natural laws, the hyena stumbles back.
The dust settles, and silence falls. Giants have retreated, and jackals vanished. Standing alone amidst the wreckage is the undisputed champion. Covered in dust and battle scars, the honey badger calmly returns to the feast, tearing into the prize with terrifying grace. Every bite proves an indomitable spirit. As the golden sunset washes over the plains, the small warrior stands tall. True survival belongs not to the biggest, but to a heart that never stops fighting. The honey badger teaches us a profound lesson. Challenges surround us like hungry predators, but true power comes from an unbreakable mindset. If a 20-pound creature can defeat giants, so can you. Thank you for joining this wild journey. If you enjoyed this epic battle, hit like, drop your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe for more Wildlife Chronicles. Stay fearless, keep fighting, and embrace your inner warrior. See you in the next adventure.
Survival pressure does not wait for a child to grow up. To fill the stomach of her fast-growing chick, for the first time, the mother eagle is forced to break the rules. Leaving the nest together is a dangerous gamble. The once secure sanctuary has now become a vulnerable, empty, dead zone. Every danger of this harsh, rocky wilderness begins to converge on the 30-day-old life. Concealed only by a few fading oak leaves, the lone chick must now face the dark shadows alone, with its primal survival instincts fully awake. Under the scorching midday sun, the master of the sky begins his silent patrol. From hundreds of meters high, his vision, 8 times sharper than a human's, will not miss a single breath of death on the ground. Spotting his target, the eagle folds his wings, plunging into a near vertical dive at breathtaking speed. This is a deadly survival dance, refined over millions of years of evolution. The hunter has succeeded, but back at the empty nest, another predator has just found its prey. When the guardians of the sky are away, the natural order is instantly overturned. The apex predator now becomes the target of a shadow on the ground. Without parental protection, the only weapon for this fragile life is fear, transformed into the fierce fury of a future hunter. The battle for survival has reached its absolute climax. Blood is about to spill on this cliff of death. Maternal instinct has triumphed over death. In the world of the snake eagle, a mother's love is not just a shield, it is a fierce weapon to protect the bloodline of the Sky Rulers. Stains of combat, the chick's gaze transforms. It finally understands the true cost of survival. The danger has passed. The violent storm on the cliff leaves behind a deeper bond. Now the reward of courage is about to be granted. A unique feeding ritual in the avian world. The snake is not torn apart but stored entirely inside the father's crop, acting as a natural preservation box before being handed over. Here there is no coddling. To survive, the chick must learn to swallow death whole. Devouring an entire snake is a mandatory stretching exercise. It prepares the young eagle's digestive system to handle massive prey in the future. The feast ends. A full stomach is the reward for a fighting life. But as twilight falls, a new chapter is about to unfold. Dusk falls, closing a long day stained with life and death on the barren cliff. A day of survival closes not just with a full stomach, but with a priceless lesson in courage. To become a master of the sky, every single second in the empty nest is a testing trial of destiny. The boundary between the predator and the prey sometimes is only a single moment of spreading wings. We've all heard the phrase bird brain, used as a casual insult. For centuries, we assumed that birds were simple creatures driven purely by instinct, operating on tiny primitive brains. But modern science has uncovered a mind-blowing truth. We were completely wrong. Deep within the avian world lies an intellect so sharp, so adaptable, and so surprisingly human-like that it challenges everything we thought we knew about intelligence on Earth. Some of these feathered geniuses can solve complex logic puzzles, invent their own tools, memorize thousands of hidden locations, and even outsmart us when we're not looking. Today we are going to dive into the wild and count down the 10 smartest birds on the planet. Get ready, because what they can do will leave you absolutely speechless. Let's start our journey at number 10 with a bird that doesn't just hunt for its food. It actually goes fishing just like a human angler. Meet the green heron. At first glance, this small, unassuming bird hanging around swamps and riverbanks might look like any other waiter waiting patiently for a lucky catch. But look closer, because what this bird does next is pure genius. standing still and praying for a fish to swim by, the green heron takes control of the situation. It searches for a small object, a twig, a dropped piece of bread, or a live insect. Then, with incredible precision, it drops that object onto the surface of the water and steps back. It sits motionless, watching the floating lure. If the bait drifts away in the current, the heron will carefully pick it up and reposition it closer to where the fish are hiding. When a curious fish swims up to take a bite of the bait, bam! In the blink of an eye, the heron strikes, securing a fresh meal. Think about what is reflex or random luck. The green heron understands cause and effect. It comprehends the concept of baiting, predicts the behavior of another animal, and uses an external object as a tool to achieve a goal. That requires forward planning and abstract thinking, abilities that were once thought to belong exclusively in primates. And this is only number 10 on our list. Trust me, things are about to get even crazier as we go deep. Moving on to number 9. We have an animal that you probably walk past every single day without giving it a second thought. The humble pigeon. Most people dismiss street pigeons as mere pests, but beneath those gray feathers lies one of the most astonishing mathematical and visual minds in the entire animal kingdom. In controlled scientific experiments, pigeons have proven capable of recognizing all 26 letters of the English alphabet, and even telling the difference between human faces in photographs. But it gets even crazier. Researchers trained pigeons to distinguish between paintings by Pablo Picasso and Claude Monet. When shown brand new artworks they had never seen before, the pigeons could instantly group the Cubist paintings with Picasso and the Impressionist paintings with Monet. Even more astounding, pigeons are among the extremely rare group of non-mammal animals that can pass the mirror self-recognition test. They actually realize that the reflection in the mirror is themselves, not another bird. Next time you see a pigeon in a park, remember, you're looking at a feathered art critic with a high-definition memory. If you're enjoying this deep dive into the secret intelligence of nature, take a quick second to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. It really helps our channel bring you more fascinating wildlife stories every week. Now, let's get back to our countdown. At number 8, we travel to the misty rivers of East Asia to meet a bird with an unbelievable sense of math and fairness, the cormorant. For over 1,000 years, traditional fishermen in China and Japan have formed a unique partnership with these sleek, aquatic divers. The fishermen tie a loose ring around the base of the cormorant's neck, which prevents the bird from swallowing large fish, but allows it to swallow smaller ones. The birds fly into the water, catch large fish, and bring them back to the fisherman's bamboo raft. But here is where the story turns into a mind-bending display of animal intelligence. In many regions, fishermen have a strict rule with their birds. The cormorant gets to eat every 8th fish it catches. Researchers observing this tradition notice something extraordinary. The cormorants actually keep count. When a cormorant catches fish numbers 1 through 7, it willingly gives them up to the fisherman, knowing its reward is coming. But as soon as it catches fish number 8, the bird refuses to move, dives no more, and steadfastly ignores the fisherman's commands until it is given its rightful share. If the fisherman tries to cheat the bird and take the 8th fish, the cormorant will literally go on strike, squawking furiously and refusing to work. This isn't just basic habit. It requires numerical counting, understanding a contract, and enforcing fairness. The cormorant isn't just a hunter. It's a smart business partner that knows its worth.
Here, my friend, this is for you.
Cow!
Enjoy your meal.
At number 7, we head to the isolated Galapagos Islands to meet an extraordinary evolutionary genius, the woodpecker finch. In this harsh environment, finding food in the dry season is a matter of life and death. Real woodpeckers have long, barbed tongues to extract insects hidden deep inside tree trunks. But this small finch doesn't have that physical evolutionary trait. So, how did it solve this problem? It invented its own medical-grade surgical toolkit. When the finch hears a juicy beetle larva wriggling beneath the bark, it flies over to a nearby cactus and snaps off a sharp, sturdy spine. If a cactus spine isn't available, it will find a small twig and shape it using its beak, trimming off side branches until it's perfectly straight. Holding the stick lengthwise in its beak, the finch inserts it into the tiny crevices of the tree trunk, poking and prodding until the startled insect crawls out. Even more amazingly, if a tool works well, the bird will carry it from tree to tree, saving it for future use. This is active, goal-oriented tool modification, a milestone in cognitive evolution that places this tiny songbird in the same problem-solving class as chimpanzees. Flying into number 6 is the gentle giant of the avian world, the stunning hyacinth macaw. Boasting cobalt blue feathers and a massive, intimidating beak, this South American icon isn't just about good looks. It possesses incredible physical mechanics and generational wisdom. The primary food source for the hyacinth macaw is palm nuts, which are wrapped in a sledgehammer, struggles to crack them. To conquer this impenetrable food, the macaw doesn't just rely on brute force, uses physics. Before applying pressure with its jaw, the macaw places a small wedge, usually a piece of tough wood or a folded leaf, inside its mouth to act as a stabilizer. This wedge holds the slippery nut at the exact mechanical angle needed for its beak to exert maximum leverage without losing grip. In captivity, these brilliant parrots have been seen picking lock mechanisms, opening cage doors using makeshift keys, and creating complex games to entertain themselves. But what makes them truly special is how they pass this knowledge down. Young macaws spend years learning the physics of nutcracking from their parents, proving that intelligence in these majestic blue giants isn't just hardwired into their DNA. It's a living, breathing culture passed from one generation to the next. Breaking into our top 5 is the infamous mountain-feathered mischievous genius of New Zealand, the Kia parrot. Known as the clown of the mountains, the Kia is the world's only alpine parrot, living in harsh, freezing environments where curiosity isn't just a personality trait, it's a crucial survival strategy. Tourists in New Zealand know Keys all too well because these fearless birds will literally disassemble parked cars, pulling off rubber wiper blades, unbuttoning backpacks, and unscrewing metal parts just to see how they work. But don't let their goofy behavior fool you. In formal cognitive tests, Keys have demonstrated mind-bending levels of logical reasoning. They can understand cause and effect chains involving multiple steps, such as pulling a lever to drop a weight, which releases a key, which unlocks a box containing food. Even more impressive is their ability to cooperate. In multi-agent puzzles where two birds must pull opposite ends of a string simultaneously to get a reward, Keys quickly realized they couldn't do it alone. They will actually wait for a partner to arrive, communicate through subtle head nods, and pull the string at the exact same millisecond. They don't just solve problems, they work as a tactical team. At number 4, we take a look at a tiny avian engineer that proves size has absolutely nothing to do with brainpower. The sunbird. Often confused with hummingbirds due to their small size and iridescent feathers, sunbirds found across Africa and Asia possess a sophisticated understanding of architecture, energy management, and tactical deception. Sunbirds feed primarily on flower nectar, but they are not mindless gatherers. They are master risk analysts. A sunbird will evaluate the depth and shape of a flower blossom before attempting to drink. If a flower's petal tube is too deep, requiring too much energy to hover and reach, the sunbird will perform a clever shortcut. It uses its sharp beak to pierce a tiny hole directly at the base of the flower, bypassing the pollen completely to steal the nectar inside. Scientists call this nectar robbing, and it shows a bird actively cheating the rules of nature to conserve calories. Furthermore, their nesting techniques are pure architectural genius. Female sunbirds build hanging, purse-like nests made of fine plant fibers bound tightly together with stolen spider silk. But they don't stop there. To protect their eggs from predators like snakes and hawks, they attach loose leaves and debris to the outside, creating a camouflage shield that makes the nest look like a clump of dead leaves floating in the wind. Some species even build a tiny roof overhang above the entrance to block rainwater and hide the door from plain sight. That's not just building a shelter, that's designing a stealth fortress. Stepping onto the podium at number 3 is a bird whose intellect will completely redefine how you view language and emotion in animals, the African gray parrot. For decades, scientists believed that parrots were simply mimic machines, repeating human words without understanding their meaning. But famous researchers like Dr. Irene Pepperberg and her legendary African gray, Alex, shattered that myth forever.
Well, aren't these delightful colors? A yellow triangle. Back you go.
An African gray parrot possesses the emotional capacity of a 2-year-old child and the cognitive problem-solving skill of a 5 to 7-year-old human. These birds don't just repeat words. They understand abstract concepts. An African gray can identify over 100 different objects, distinguish shapes, identify colors, and count items up to 6. If you show a tray of mixed blocks and ask how many red squares are there, the parrot will look at the tray, mentally filter out the wrong shapes and colors, and verbally answer with the correct number. Even more mind-boggling, African grays have shown an understanding of the concept of zero or none, abstract mathematical idea that human children take years to grasp. They can communicate their desires, express frustration, and even apologize when they make a mistake.
You are so smart, aren't you? Cool. Yes, you are.
And now, at number 2, we encounter the undisputed master craftsman of the animal world, the New Caledonian crow. Found on a tiny island in the South Pacific, this jet-black bird holds the crown for inventing the most sophisticated tool technology of any non-human species on Earth, outperforming even chimpanzees in standardized tool use tests. In the wild, these crows construct specialized hooks from spiny leaves and twigs to dig out fat beetle larvae from tree hollows. But when brought into research laboratories, their abilities become almost terrifyingly smart. In a famous experiment, scientists presented a New Caledonian crow with a straight piece of wire, a material it had never seen before in its life, and a deep tube containing a small bucket of food. The bird quickly realized that a straight wire couldn't lift the bucket. Without hesitation, it held one end of the wire in its foot and used its beak to bend the other end into a perfect hook, then used it to fish the bucket out. Even more insane is their ability to solve multi-step puzzles. In complex experiments requiring up to 8 sequential steps, the crow must use a short stick to reach a longer stick, then use that longer stick to release a stone, then drop the stone into a box to release a key, and finally use that key to get food. The crow evaluates the entire setup, plans all 8 steps in its mind before making a single move, and executes the sequence flawlessly. High-level engineering. That is, high-level engineering, foresight, now taking the crown as the undisputed #1 smartest bird on Earth, the majestic common raven. With the largest brain-to-body ratio of any bird species, the raven doesn't just display clever tricks. It possesses a complex mind capable of deceit, empathy, abstract reasoning, and long-term future planning. Ravens are the ultimate tactical masterminds of the natural world. In the wild, if a raven notices another raven watching it hide food, it will pretend to store the food in one location, wait for the spy to leave, and then secretly move the treasure to a safer spot. This requires theory of mind, the ability to understand what another individual knows or doesn't know. Even more revolutionary was a study proving ravens can plan for the future just like humans. Scientists trained ravens to use a specific tool to open a puzzle box containing a treat. Later, they presented the ravens with a tray of various items, including the tool, but held the puzzle box back for 24 hours. The ravens didn't just pick the correct tool, they saved it and held onto it for an entire day, knowing they would need it tomorrow. They can exercise self-control, delay gratification, and anticipate future needs, traits once thought to belong strictly to humans and great apes. Combine this with their complex social bonds, playfulness, and ability to hold grudges against specific humans for years, and the raven stands alone at the absolute apex of avian intelligence. Looking back at this incredible journey, from fishing herons to tool-making crows and visionary ravens, one thing becomes crystal clear. The phrase bird brain should no longer be an insult but a profound compliment. Nature has spent millions of years designing minds that are radically different from ours, yet capable of awe-inspiring feats of logic, creativity, and brilliance. It reminds us to stay humble and look at the natural world around us with newfound wonder and respect. Which of these 10 avian geniuses surprised you the most? Did you expect the raven to take the top spot, or were you amazed by the art-loving pigeons and tool-making finches? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. If you found this video fascinating, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your fellow nature lovers, and hit that subscribe button to join our community. Thank you so much for watching. Keep exploring the wild, and we'll see you in the next adventure. Have you ever wondered why nature invested so much imagination into birds? While we humans need paint and brushes to create art, the wild uses living, breathing canvas. Color in the animal kingdom is never just an accident. It is a language of love, a shield for survival, and a message from evolution. Today we are going on a breathtaking journey around the globe to meet 15 of the most colorful birds on Earth. Creatures so vibrant, they look like they flew straight out of a painter's dream. Get ready, because what you are about to see will truly blow your mind. Our journey begins in the vast sun-drenched savannas of Africa. Perched high on a lonely branch looking like a gemstone against the dry grass is the lilac-breasted roller. This isn't just a bird, it's a living rainbow. Scientists count up to 8 distinct colors on its small body. You can see a rich purple on its breast, pastel blue on its belly, and a striking turquoise on its wings. But why so bright in a land of predators? Well, these colors help them spot each other across the endless plains. And when they take flight, they perform incredible acrobatic dives and rolls, which is how they got their name. Watching a roller dive through the African sky is like watching a flash of neon light dancing in the wilderness. It's the perfect welcome to nature's art gallery. From the quiet savannas, we fly straight into the chaotic, joyful rainforests and coastal towns of Australia. Here, the trees don't just rustle, they chatter. Meet the rainbow lorikeet, a bird that looks like it accidentally fell into every bucket of paint available. With a deep blue head, a bright orange chest, and a lime green back, this parrot is a pure explosion of energy. Lorikeets are the ultimate social butterflies of the bird world. They travel in noisy, happy flocks looking for sweet nectar and pollen. Their bright colors actually match the brilliant tropical flowers they feed on, acting as a strange kind of camouflage. But more than their looks, it's their playful personality that steals your heart. They are loud, messy, and full of life, a true reminder that nature loves a good party. Now let's leave the noise behind and step into the misty, sacred forests of central China. Here, hiding in the dense bamboo thickets, lives the creature of royal beauty, the golden pheasant. If the lorikeet is a party, the golden pheasant is a royal coronation. The male is a masterpiece of evolution. He sports a golden yellow crest that flows down like silk, a brilliant red body, and a magnificent orange and black cape around his neck. When he wants to impress a female, he fans out this cape like a majestic striped shield, hiding everything except his bright yellow eye. It is an ancient, beautiful dance of seduction that has happened in these mountains for thousands of years. Even in the shadows of the deep forest, this bird manages to shine like pure gold. Deep within the remote, untouched rainforests of Indonesia's islands, a tiny creature is preparing a stage. This is the Wilson's bird of paradise, and it possesses a color palette that seems almost alien. Look closely at its head. That isn't feathers, it's bare. Glowing neon blue skin that looks like it's powered by electricity. Combined with a bright yellow cape, a crimson back, and turquoise feet, this bird is a living rave. But the male doesn't just rely on his looks, he is a perfectionist. Before performing his courtship dance, he meticulously clears every leaf and twig from his court on the forest floor, ensuring that nothing distracts the female from his brilliant colors. When she arrives, he flashes his iridescent green breast shield. In the dim light of the jungle floor, it is a mesmerizing, almost hypnotic spectacle. It's a powerful reminder of how far nature will go in the pursuit of love. Imagine waking up one day and the world is completely silent. No morning songs, no chirping in the trees, no wings flapping in the sky. It sounds like a movie, doesn't it? But right now, when you think of a bird, what comes to mind? A sweet little sparrow singing on your windowsill, a graceful swan gliding across a lake.
Deep within the frozen Arctic tundra, a spark of ancient instinct ignites. As gray clouds roll across the desolate landscape, thousands of fragile lives gather on sharp ridges. They feel it in the biting wind.
What is the ultimate symbol of extreme wealth? Is it a sleek, custom-built hypercar parked in a mansion's driveway? Is it a super yacht floating on the crystal-clear waters of the French Riviera? For most of us, these are the typical answers. But in the ultra-exclusive world of the 1%, true status isn't just made of steel, carbon fiber, or gold. Today, the ultimate luxury has wings, a heartbeat, and a price tag that will leave you absolutely speechless. Welcome to a realm where nature's most stunning creations are treated like living masterpieces. These are not just birds, they are flying investments, symbols of ultimate power, and treasures that only billionaires can ever dream of owning. Today, we are taking a deep dive into the world's most expensive birds, exploring why they cost a fortune, and how they became the ultimate status symbols for the global elite.
15 million? Do I hear 16 million? 16 million in the back. The bid is at 15 million. Going once, going twice.
Let us begin our countdown with a bird that might absolutely shock you. When you think of a pigeon, you probably think of the common birds scattered across city parks, begging for breadcrumbs. But the bird we are talking about is light years away from those street-dwelling cousins. This is the Belgian racing pigeon. In November 2020, a quiet, unassuming female racing pigeon named New Kim became the center of a wild, high-stakes international bidding war. When the final hammer fell at the auction house, the price tag read a staggering $1.9 million. Yes, you heard that right. Nearly $2 million for a single bird. So what makes a simple pigeon worth more than a luxury mansion in Beverly Hills? The answer lies in two words: speed and legacy. These are the elite athletes of the sky. Bred in Belgium, the historical heartland of pigeon racing, these birds possess an almost supernatural ability to navigate. They can fly hundreds of miles back to their homes at speeds exceeding 80 miles per hour, fighting harsh winds and predators along the way.
I have 1,000,004. Do I hear 1,000,005?
1,000,005.
1,000,007. 1,000,007 to the lady in red.
1.9 million.
To the billionaires of China and the Middle East, winning a major pigeon race is not just about the prize money. It is about ultimate bragging rights. Owning a champion like New Kim or her legendary male counterpart, Armando, who sold for $1.4 million, is like owning a winning Formula One car. But the real value is in their bloodline. A single egg from these champion flyers can fetch tens of thousands of dollars, making them a goldmine for breeding. When you buy a bird like this, you are not just buying a pet. You are buying a legacy of undefeated speed written into the very DNA of a creature that weighs less than a pound. It is a world where passion meets obsession, and where a tiny bird can carry the weight of a multi-million-dollar empire on its wings. From the frozen, windswept plains of the Arctic, we fly directly into the sun-drenched deserts of the Middle East to meet our second winged masterpiece. This is the gyrfalcon, the largest and most powerful falcon species on Earth. In the wild, this magnificent predator is the undisputed king of the northern skies, surviving in some of the harshest conditions known to man. But in the modern world, the gyrfalcon has become the ultimate status symbol for kings, princes, and billionaires. in places like Dubai and Qatar, falconry is not just a sport. It is a sacred cultural heritage. And the white gyrfalcon, with its breathtaking snowy plumage and razor-sharp hunting instincts, is the holy grail of this world. A single, high-quality pure white gyrfalcon can easily be sold at auctions for over $250,000. Because owning one of these birds is like owning a royal crown. They are the fighter jets of the animal kingdom, capable of diving at speeds that defy belief to strike their prey. To see a gyrfalcon hunt in the desert is to witness pure, untamed power. For the billionaires who own them, these birds represent nobility, strength, and a deep connection to history. They are flown on private jets, cared for in state-of-the-art veterinary hospitals built exclusively for falcons, and treated with more luxury than most humans will ever experience. It is a living legend, captured from the ice and gold plated by the desert kings. Leaving the desert sands behind, we plunge deep into the heart of the South American rainforest to find our next flying treasure. Shimmering like a living sapphire against the green canopy, the hyacinth macaw is the largest flying parrot species on Earth. Stretching up to 40 inches from head to tail, this bird is a breathtaking sight. Its feathers are a rich cobalt blue, so vibrant it looks almost artificial, accented by bright yellow rings around its eyes and beak that make it look like it is constantly smiling. But owning this living piece of art comes with a price tag that can easily reach $40,000. Why do billionaires fall in love with them? Because the hyacinth macaw is known as the gentle giant of the bird world. Despite possessing a massive black beak strong enough to crush coconuts with ease, these birds are incredibly affectionate, highly intelligent, and deeply social. They do not just sit in a cage, they form profound emotional bonds with their owners, playing games and mimicking words with a charming curiosity. However, keeping one is a massive commitment. They require huge custom-built aviaries, specialized diets, and constant social interaction. For the wealthy elite, a hyacinth macaw is not merely a pet to show off. It is a brilliant, loving companion that brings the untamed magic and spectacular beauty of the Amazon rainforest straight into their private estates,
what are you reading
proving
today?
that some of the world's greatest luxuries are painted by nature itself. Next on our list is a bird that looks like it steps straight out of a gothic fantasy novel. This is the black palm cockatoo, also known as the Goliath cockatoo, native to the rainforests of New Guinea and Australia. This creature is one of the most striking and mysterious birds on the planet. Its body is covered in smoky black feathers, topped with a massive wind-swept crest that looks like a wild crown. But its most famous feature is the patch of bare, bright red skin on its cheeks, which can actually change color to deep crimson when the bird is excited or stressed. Owning this majestic bird is a privilege that comes with a price tag of around $20,000. First, they are extremely difficult to breed in captivity, making them incredibly rare. But more than that, they possess a fascinating intelligence. In the wild, male palm cockatoos are known to use twigs as drumsticks, beating them against hollow trees to create a rhythm and attract mates. They are the only animals, other than humans, known to create rhythmic beats with tools.
Here, my friend, a fresh treat. Cow, just for you.
Furthermore, these birds can live for up to 90 years, meaning they are not just pets, they are lifelong companions that can be passed down through generations of wealthy families. For billionaires who appreciate rare, dark elegance and profound intellect, the black palm cockatoo is the ultimate living masterpiece, bringing an air of ancient, exotic mystery into any luxury home. Often referred to by bird enthusiasts as the Lamborghini of the poultry world. Our next entry is as mysterious as it is breathtaking. Meet the ayam cemani, a highly rare breed originating from the island of Java in Indonesia. At first glance, you might think this bird has been dipped in a bucket of black. In fact, due to a harmless genetic condition known as fibromelanosis, every single part of this creature is completely black. Its feathers, beak, comb, eyes, and even its bones, meat, and internal organs are draped in a deep midnight shade. A single high-quality breeding pair of ayam cemani can easily cost up to $5,000, making them the most expensive chickens on earth. But for the wealthy collectors who buy them, this is not just an exotic farm animal. In Indonesian culture, these birds are believed to possess mystical powers. They are thought to bring good luck, ward off evil spirits, and attract massive wealth and success to their owners. Beyond their spiritual appeal, there is an undeniable dark elegance to the ayam cemani. Their feathers have a glossy metallic sheen that sparkles with emerald, green, and purple undertones when caught in the sunlight. Watching them strut gracefully around a luxury estate is like looking at a living shadow. For billionaires who want a pet that is completely unique, rare, and deeply tied to ancient Asian mythology, this striking black bird is the ultimate backyard statement of luxury.
The sun has risen. A new day begins.
Before we reveal our next magnificent flyer, take a quick moment to join our wildlife-loving community. If you are enjoying this luxury journey, hit that subscribe button, give us a thumbs up, and turn on notifications so you never miss an episode. Which of these incredible birds has captured your heart so far? Let us know in the comments below. Now, let us fly back to the lush, vibrant canopy of South America to meet a bird that is the ultimate living caricature of the tropical rainforest. This is the Toko toucan, the largest and most famous member of the toucan family. Instantly recognizable by its massive neon orange beak, this bird looks like a walking piece of modern art. Although that giant beak looks heavy enough to pull the bird forward, it is actually incredibly light, made of a honeycomb-like structure of keratin. To bring this tropical icon into a private sanctuary, wealthy enthusiasts are willing to pay up to $10,000. Why? Because the Toko toucan is one of the most charismatic, playful, and expressive birds you could ever meet. They are highly active, full of personality, a curious dog-like charm. They love to play with toys, toss fruits into the air before swallowing them, and interact closely with their human companions.
Oh, you silly bird. That tickles. You are so beautiful.
However, they require specialized, low-iron diets and massive, warm enclosures to mimic their natural habitat. For billionaires who want to transform their luxury estates into a vibrant, tropical paradise, the Toko toucan is the perfect crown jewel. It is a bold, colorful statement of life, joy, and the exotic wonders of nature, proving that the most valuable things in life are often the ones that bring the most color into our world. Deep within the misty, mountainous forests of central China lives a bird that seems to have flown straight out of an emperor's silk painting. This is the golden pheasant, widely considered one of the most breathtakingly beautiful birds in the world. The male is a spectacular explosion of color, boasting a golden yellow crest, a brilliant red breast, and a striking orange cape that drapes over his neck like a royal robe. To own a purebred, show-quality pair of these living tapestries can cost several $1,000s. But for the elite, the real cost lies in creating the perfect vast estate gardens required to keep them. These birds are not meant for cages. They are meant to roam gracefully across expansive, manicured lawns of luxury manors, adding a touch of imperial elegance. They are hardy, quiet, and peaceful creatures, behaving more like living garden sculptures than pets. For billionaires who appreciate classical beauty and traditional Oriental aesthetics, the golden pheasant is the ultimate outdoor ornament. It is a living, breathing masterpiece that turns a simple backyard into a royal sanctuary, celebrating the unmatched artistry of nature. Next, we encounter a creature that is the undisputed symbol of tropical paradise. This is the scarlet macaw, a breathtaking rainbow of feathers dancing through the sky. With its blazing red body, golden yellow wings, and deep blue tail feathers, this bird looks like a living firework. Native to the rainforests of Central and South America, it has captured human hearts for centuries. To bring this vibrant masterpiece home, wealthy collectors gladly pay up to $15,000. But the scarlet macaw is so much more than a stunning ornament. These birds are legendary for their high intelligence, capable of learning complex tricks, solving puzzles, and talking with surprising clarity. They are incredibly emotional creatures that form deep, lifelong bonds with their human companions, sharing their joys and even their sorrows. Living for up to 70 years, a scarlet macaw is not just a pet. It is a loyal friend that grows alongside you, adding endless laughter, warmth, and a spectacular explosion of color to the finest estates in the
Hello there,
world,
my beautiful
showing us that
friend.
nature's beauty is best experienced out loud.
It's good to see you too.
I trust you, my friend.
Just like I trust you, my dearest friend.
Now let us step into a world of pure, fluid elegance. This is the American flamingo, a creature that embodies grace, luxury, and artistic beauty like no other. With its long, slender legs, perfectly curved S-shaped neck, and breathtaking coral pink feathers, this bird looks like a delicate watercolor painting brought to life.
Isn't this just beautiful, darling?
Perfectly peaceful.
Another glass?
While a single flamingo can cost around $3,000, billionaires never buy just one. These are deeply social birds that thrive in colonies. To own a flock, wealthy elites must invest hundreds of thousands of dollars to construct custom, eco-friendly lagoons on their private estates, complete with special filtration systems and a diet rich in carotenoids to maintain that stunning pink hue. Watching a flock of flamingos glide gracefully across a private lake at sunset is the ultimate visual indulgence. For the world's elite, they are not merely pets. They are living, breathing landscape art. They transform any luxury estate into a peaceful, high-end sanctuary of tropical romance, proving that true luxury is not just about what you own, but the serene atmosphere you create around you. Next, we step into a fairy tale to witness a creature of pure, ethereal beauty. This is the white peacock, a rare and mesmerizing variation of the Indian blue peacock. Far from being an albino, its snow-white feathers are the result of a genetic mutation called leucism. Without a single drop of color, this bird is a vision of absolute purity, looking like a living cloud that has descended to Earth. While a healthy breeding pair can cost around $5,000, their real value is in their breathtaking presence. When the male white peacock unfurls his magnificent train, it is a spectacle unlike any other. It looks like a giant, intricately woven lace fan or a spinning snowflake dancing in the wind. For centuries, these birds have been prized by royalty as symbols of eternal love, good fortune, and spiritual peace. Today, they roam the lawns of billionaires' estates, turning ordinary gardens into majestic royal sanctuaries. For those who seek the ultimate expression of quiet luxury, elegance, and grace, the white peacock is a living masterpiece that whispers of a world untouched by time.
Isn't he magnificent?
Truly a splendid display.
A perfect afternoon.
Now we shift our focus from giant giants to tiny, flying jewels. This is the Gouldian finch, widely celebrated as the most colorful little bird on the planet. Native to the hot grassy plains of northern Australia, this species is a miniature masterpiece. Its feathers are a dazzling display of perfectly blocked colors, a bright purple chest, a vivid yellow belly, a lime green back, and a face that can be red, black, or yellow. While a single bird is not incredibly expensive, the real luxury is in the collection. Billionaires love to curate massive indoor glass aviaries filled with hundreds of these finches, especially the ultra-rare color mutations like silver, pastel, or blue-bodied variations. Creating a temperature-controlled indoor rainforest habitat for these fragile birds can cost a small fortune. Watching a flock of these tiny gems flutter and sing inside a luxury penthouse is like watching a living kaleidoscope. For the wealthy who appreciate intricate details and vibrant energy, the Gouldian finch is the ultimate indoor treasure, bringing a slice of pure, colorful joy and natural wonder directly into their daily lives.
Well, hello there, little friend. It's so lovely to see you.
You are so beautiful. Thank you. Just look at those colors.
You are truly a brilliant little treasure, aren't you? Look at those colors.
We complete our countdown of aviation luxury with the ultimate symbol of royal grace and natural majesty. This is the trumpeter swan, the largest waterfowl species in North America, boasting an incredible wingspan of up to 10 feet. Draped in pure white feathers with a stark black beak, this bird is the epitome of elegance. It gets its name from its resonant deep call that sounds like a French horn echoing across the water. Owning a bonded lifelong pair of these magnificent swans is a luxury reserved only for those with massive private estates. They can cost tens of thousands of dollars, but their presence is priceless. They require expansive, crystal-clear lakes to swim and nest, symbolizing peace, tranquility, and ultimate prestige. To see a pair of trumpeter swans gliding effortlessly across a private lake at dawn is to witness pure poetry in motion. For billionaires who seek an escape from the chaotic world, these loyal, lifelong partners offer a sense of serene, timeless luxury, proving that the most profound symbols of wealth are those that bring peace to our souls. the lightning-fast racing pigeons of Belgium to the majestic, poetic grace of the trumpeter's swan, we have journeyed through a world where nature's finest creations become the ultimate symbols of luxury. For the billionaires who own them, these birds are not mere possessions or displays of wealth. They are a deep, profound connection to the wild, untamed beauty of our planet. They represent a desire to surround oneself with living art, to listen to the ancient songs of the forest, and to witness the miracles of evolution in their own backyards. After all, true luxury is not just about the gold in a vault or the cars in a garage. Sometimes it is found in the soft rustle of feathers, the brilliant flash of cobalt blue against the sky, or the serene silence of a private lake at dawn. Now we want to hear from you. If money were no object, which of these 12 spectacular birds would you choose to bring into your home? Let us know in the comments below. If you love this deep dive into the world of luxury wildlife, please hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. Your support helps us bring more of these incredible stories to life. Don't forget to click on the video on your screen right now to continue your journey into the most fascinating wonders of our natural world. Thank you for watching, and until next time, keep looking to the skies. When you step into a zoo, you expect a safe window into the wild. Glass walls, steel fences, and trained zookeepers give us the illusion that human engineering can contain any force of nature. But behind the scenes, there is a secret list, a group of creatures so unpredictable, so destructive, or so psychologically fragile that even the world's most advanced facilities outright refuse to house them. Keeping them isn't just difficult, it's a ticking time bomb. Some possess venom strong enough to kill dozens of adults in minutes. Others carry an evolutionary drive so fiercely wild that captivity literally shatters their minds, turning them into lethal forces of nature. Today we are diving deep into the untamed world to uncover 15 animals so dangerous, so powerful, and so impossible to handle that even zoos have completely given up on them. Grab a seat, hit that join button, and let's explore the creatures that humanity simply cannot tame. Starting our list at number 15 is the apex predator of the ocean, the orca. For decades, marine parks showcased these giant mammals as gentle performers. But reality caught up with us in a tragic way. In the wild, an orca travels up to 100 miles a day, swimming deep into the freezing ocean currents with its complex family pod. When you put a creature this intelligent into a concrete tank, it is the emotional equivalent of locking a human in a bathtub for life. The result? severe psychological deterioration. Their dorsal fins collapse and their frustration turns deadly. History has shown us devastating incidents where captive orcas turned on their trainers, dragging them underwater with calculated, eerie precision. Modern zoos and marine sanctuaries now recognize that you cannot cage an emotional 6-ton genius without turning it into a lethal threat. Today, ethically driven institutions refuse to capture or breed them, leaving the king of the ocean where it truly belongs, in the boundless sea. At number 14, we encounter the largest land carnivore on Earth, the polar bear. Unlike grizzly bears or black bears, which might avoid human interaction out of caution, a polar bear views almost anything that moves as potential food. Living in the harsh, barren Arctic, they evolved to survive on hypercaloric diets, hunting seals across thousands of square miles of sea ice. In a zoo environment, providing enough space for a polar bear is a logistical nightmare. They require massive territories, freezing temperatures, and constant stimulation. Without it, they develop severe stereotypic behaviors, pacing endlessly along their enclosures. But the real danger lies in their sheer power and patience. A polar bear can stalk a human for hours without making a sound, breaking through heavy ice or reinforced glass with a single blow. Because their instinct to hunt is absolute and impossible to curb, very few zoos are willing to take on the massive risk and expense of housing this unstoppable Arctic giant. Coming in at number 13 is a creature you might not even see coming until it is too late, the box jellyfish. Small, translucent, and fragile in appearance, this deadly marine animal carries enough venom in its tentacles to kill 60 adult humans in less than 3 minutes. Its sting triggers instant, unbearable pain, shutting down the nervous system and causing cardiac arrest before a victim can even swim back to shore. So why don't aquariums keep them? First, they are almost entirely invisible, making maintenance inside a tank an extreme hazard for staff. A single accidental touch during feeding or glass cleaning could be fatal. Second, their delicate bodies easily tear against artificial water pumps and traditional tank corners. Keeping a creature that is both impossibly delicate and mind-bogglingly lethal requires specialized equipment that almost no public aquarium is willing to maintain. One tiny mistake by a keeper, and the results are absolute tragedy. Moving to number 12, we encounter the undisputed king of biological weapons, the inland taipan. Often called the fierce snake, this Australian reptile holds the title for the most toxic venom of any terrestrial snake on Earth. A single bite contains enough neurotoxin to end the lives of over 100 full-grown men, or 250,000 mice. What makes this venom so terrifying is its efficiency. It contains a presynaptic neurotoxin that paralyzes muscles, combined with a hepotoxin that literally causes blood to clot inside your veins within minutes. While they are naturally shy and prefer to avoid confrontation, the sheer potential for a fatal catastrophe makes housing them an unbearable risk for standard zoos. If an exhibit glass fractures or a keeper makes a split-second misstep during cage cleaning, medical help might not arrive in time. The stakes are simply too high, which is why most public zoological parks choose to stay far away from this biological landmine.
T-Op 11, Hippopotamus.
At number 11, don't let their bulky, cartoonish appearance fool you. The hippopotamus is responsible for more human fatalities in Africa than lions, elephants, and leopards combined. Behind those lazy eyes lies an incredibly aggressive, unpredictable territorial powerhouse. A hippo can weigh up to 4 tons, charge at speeds exceeding 20 miles per hour, and possesses a jaw force capable of snapping an adult crocodile clean in half. In captivity, hippos present extreme safety challenges. They are highly territorial, frequently aggressive toward caretakers, and their massive physical strength means standard enclosures are rarely enough. A triggered hippo will relentlessly batter reinforced gates until they give way. Furthermore, maintaining their aquatic habitats requires specialized ultra-heavy-duty filtration systems to handle their immense biological waste, costing millions of dollars. The combination of lethal aggression, unpredictable mood swings, and astronomical maintenance costs forces many facilities to completely strike the hippo off their list of manageable species. If you're enjoying this deep dive into the most dangerous creatures on Earth, take a quick second to hit that subscribe button and turn on all notifications. Producing these in-depth biological breakdowns requires endless research and field documentation, and your simple click helps our team keep bringing these wild stories to life. Drop a comment below letting us know which animal has surprised you the most so far, or if you think humans should ever attempt to keep these creatures. Now let's jump right back into our list with a predator that never backs down from a fight.
Top 10. Black Mamba.
Taking the 10th spot is Africa's most feared serpent, the black mamba. Named not for its skin color, but for the inky, pitch-black interior of its mouth, this snake is widely considered the deadliest fast-moving reptile on the planet. Unlike many venomous snakes that strike once and retreat, a black mamba can strike repeatedly in rapid succession, injecting large quantities of potent neurotoxin with each bite. Without immediate antivenom, the mortality rate is a terrifying 100%, with death occurring in as little as 45 minutes. What makes them an absolute nightmare for zoological facilities is their speed and nervous disposition. A black mamba can travel at speeds up to 12 miles per hour. They are hyper-reactive to sound and movement. If startled inside an enclosure, a black mamba won't just hide. It will aggressively search for an escape route, striking at anything in its path. For a zoo, the margin for error is zero. One loose mamba means an entire facility lockdown and potential loss of human life.
Top 9. Verson honey badger.
At number 9, we have a creature that holds the Guinness World Record for being the most fearless animal in the world, the honey badger. Don't let its small size fool you. This medium-sized carnivore will willingly fight off a pride of lions, attack venomous cobras, and stand its ground against anything that crosses its path. Their thick, rubbery skin is practically impervious to sharp teeth, arrows, and bee stings, and it is loose enough that if caught, a honey badger can literally twist inside its own skin to bite back. But the real reason zoos hate keeping them, they are brilliant escape artists. Honey badgers possess incredible problem-solving intelligence. They have been documented piling up rocks, dragging branches, using mud balls, and unlatching complex metal bolts just to break out of their enclosures. Once free, their utter lack of fear and relentless aggression makes them a massive threat to visitors and other animals alike. Keeping a honey badger isn't just a matter of building a cage, it's an active war of wits that most zoos simply lose.
Top 8. Great white shark.
Taking the 8th spot is the undisputed apex predator of the open ocean, the great white shark. For decades, major aquariums around the world attempted to achieve the ultimate prize, exhibiting a living great white. Yet every single attempt ended in heartbreak and tragedy. Great whites are built for infinite open space, relying on a complex sensory network called the ampullae of Lorenzini to detect tiny electrical impulses in seawater. Inside a glass tank, these sensitive organs are completely overwhelmed by electric pumps, filtration currents, and metal barriers. The disoriented sharks enter a state of severe depression. They stop eating, turn aggressively against their own bodies, and continuously ram their noses into concrete walls until they suffer fatal injuries. The longest any great white has ever survived in captivity was a mere 198 days, and most die within hours or weeks. Aquariums have finally accepted a hard truth: this marine titan cannot be contained. Attempting to lock a great white shark inside a cage is not an exhibition. It is a slow, guaranteed death sentence. At number 7, we look at the largest land animal on Earth, the African elephant. Possessing deep emotional intelligence, intricate family bonds, and memory that spans decades, these gentle giants require hundreds of square miles to thrive. When confined to standard zoo enclosures, their complex minds break down. Captive elephants frequently suffer from foot infections, arthritis, and profound psychological distress, often manifesting in rhythmic, unnatural head swaying. But the real danger emerges with adult bulls during a condition known as must. During this phase, a bull elephant's testosterone levels skyrocket up to 60 times higher than normal. A thick, foul-smelling liquid drains from their temporal glands, transforming a peaceful giant into a terrifying, rage-fueled wrecking ball. In must, an African elephant will relentlessly attack anything in sight, including caretakers, vehicles, and solid steel barriers. Weighing up to 7 tons and capable of crushing a car like a soda can, an uncontrolled elephant is an unstoppable force of destruction that very few facilities can safely manage.
TOP6, Wolverine.
Coming in at number 6 is a creature whose reputation for aggression far exceeds its physical size, the wolverine. Looking like a miniature bear with the attitude of a demon, this member of the weasel family is built for pure, unadulterated survival in the frozen wilderness. Wolverines possess a biological engine that never stops. They travel dozens of miles a day over rugged mountains, hunting prey many times their size, including caribou and deer. Their jaws are powerful enough to crush frozen bones and hide, allowing them to scavenge in conditions that would kill other predators. In a zoo, containment is a perpetual nightmare. Wolverines possess boundless stamina and a furious drive to roam. They will chew through wooden structures, bend metal wire, and dig deep tunnels beneath concrete foundations to escape. If cornered or stressed, a wolverine releases a foul, skunk-like odor and attacks with a relentless ferocity that leaves handlers severely injured. Keeping this tireless alpine phantom contained requires constant engineering maintenance that most zoos simply refuse to tackle.
TOP5, saltwater crocodile. And
reaching number 5, we encounter a living dinosaur that has perfected the art of hunting for millions of years, the saltwater crocodile. Growing up to 20 feet long and weighing over a ton, this is the largest living reptile on Earth. Unlike alligators, which can sometimes tolerate passive human presence, salties are notoriously aggressive and view humans purely as prey. They possess the strongest bite force ever measured in the animal kingdom, exerting nearly 4,000 pounds of pressure per square inch. Once a saltwater crocodile clamps its jaws onto a victim and initiates its infamous death roll, escape is mathematically impossible. In a zoo environment, managing a fully grown saltwater crocodile is an extreme gamble. They can remain completely motionless for days, disguised as a floating log, waiting for a zookeeper to lower their guard by a single inch. Their explosive speed over short distances on land catches even seasoned professionals off guard. One small mistake near the water's edge, and a keeper becomes food before anyone can react.
TOP4 stonefish.
Stepping into the top 4, we encounter the ultimate master of camouflage and the most venomous fish on the planet, the stonefish. Resting motionless on the seafloor, this creature looks so perfectly like an encrusted rock or piece of coral that even expert divers step directly on them without noticing. Arrayed along its spine are 13 razor-sharp needles connected to venom sacs. When compressed by weight, these spines inject a potent neurotoxin that causes excruciating pain so intense that victims have been known to beg for amputation. If untreated, the venom causes tissue necrosis, paralysis, heart failure, and death within hours. For public aquariums, housing a stonefish creates an invisible hazard. Because they remain stationary for days and blend flawlessly into gravel, cleanup crews and maintenance divers face immense risks. A single accidental touch during routine glass scrubbing or filter repair can lead to a fatal emergency underwater. When a display animal is virtually invisible and entirely lethal, keeping it in a public facility is a risk few aquariums are willing to manage. At number 3, forget the cute clapping seals you see at circus shows. The leopard seal is the undisputed apex predator of the Antarctic ice. Growing up to 12 feet long and weighing over 1,000 pounds, this marine mammal possesses a massive serpentine head with jaws lined with long, dog-like canine teeth designed for tearing flesh. Leopard seals are notoriously aggressive, curious, and fearless. They hunt penguins, giant fish, and even other seals, often playing with their prey before killing it. Because humans rarely interact with them, they view us not with fear, but as novel prey items to be tested. There are documented cases of leopard seals stalking research divers, puncturing inflatable boats, and dragging researchers beneath the ice to their deaths. Recreating a frigid Antarctic ecosystem requires specialized freezing facilities costing millions, but the true barrier is safety. A giant, highly intelligent predator that stalks handlers from below the ice line is simply too dangerous and unpredictable for any modern zoo to showcase safely.
Top 2, Komodo Dragon.
Reaching number 2 is the closest thing to a mythical monster alive today, the Komodo dragon. As the largest living lizard on Earth, reaching lengths of 10 feet and weighing over 150 pounds, this prehistoric giant is a cold-blooded killer. For years, scientists believed their lethal bites were caused solely by filthy bacteria in their mouths. Modern research, however, revealed something far more terrifying. Komodo dragons possess sophisticated venom glands. Their bite injects toxins that inhibit blood clotting, drop blood pressure dangerously low, and induce rapid paralysis, causing victims to bleed out rapidly while remaining conscious. Paired with serrated teeth that rip open flesh, a dragon needs to bite a large animal only once, then casually stalk it for miles until it collapses from blood loss. In captivity, Komodo dragons present an extraordinary aspect. They are cunning, stealthy, and surprisingly fast over short sprints. Their thick armor-like scales make them resistant to minor impacts, and a single bite to a handler means severe medical trauma, limb amputation, or immediate death. And finally, standing at the absolute top of our list at number 1 is a creature that surprises many, yet remains the most dangerous animal to keep in captivity, the chimpanzee. Sharing nearly 99% of our DNA, humans often mistake chimps for cute, human-like animals. But behind that familiar face lies a wild animal with muscle density 4 to 5 times stronger than an adult man. As chimps reach maturity, their social hierarchy turns brutal. When stressed, territorial, or bored inside an enclosure, their mood can shift from calm to explosive rage in a fraction of a second. Unlike predators that bite to kill for food, an enraged chimpanzee attacks with targeted, brutal violence, specifically aiming for the face, hands, and groin of their victims to disfigure and incapacitate them. History is filled with horrific stories of captive chimps severely mutilating their owners and handlers. Because of their human-like intelligence, they learn how to breach security locks, exploit staff routines, and manipulate their environment. They are simply too powerful, too intelligent, and too violent to ever be truly contained. Looking back at these 15 extraordinary creatures, one powerful lesson becomes clear. The refusal of modern zoos to keep them is not a failure of human engineering, but a victory for wildlife respect. Some animals were simply born to roam endless oceans, navigate vast Arctic tundras, or rule wild ecosystems without human intervention. When we recognize that certain forces of nature are meant to stay untamed, we take a massive step forward in true wildlife conservation. Respecting nature means knowing when to pull back, admiring these magnificent beings from a safe distance, and protecting their natural habitats so they can live as they were always meant to, completely free. Thank you so much for joining us on this wild journey today. Which of these creatures surprised you the most? Do you agree that some animals should never be placed in zoos? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to hit that like button, share this video with fellow nature lovers, and subscribe for more deep dives into the untamed world. Until next time, stay curious, respect the wild, and we'll see you in the next episode. Imagine a world where silence isn't just quiet, but the heavy sound of an empty lives. Earth is quietly losing its most precious magic. We often think of extinction as something that happened millions of years ago with the dinosaurs, but it is happening today, at this very second, right before our eyes. 12 magnificent creatures are standing at the absolute edge of a cliff, and one small push will send them tumbling into eternal oblivion. If they disappear, a part of our own soul Let's dive into the crystal clear, sun-drenched waters of the Gulf of California in Mexico. This is home to the vaquita, the rarest marine mammal on the entire planet. With its cute dark rings around its eyes, looking like a tiny panda of the sea, the vaquita is remarkably elusive and gentle. Weighing no more than a small human, it swims quietly through the shallow waves, minding its own business. But time is running out faster than the tide. Today, scientists estimate that fewer than 10 individuals are left alive. Think about that. You could fit the entire global population of this beautiful creature inside a single small room and still have empty chairs. They are not dying because of old age or natural disease. They are drowning in illegal gill nets meant for catching another fish called totoba. These nets are invisible walls of death in the blue ocean. When a vaquita gets tangled, it cannot reach the surface to breathe, and its life slips away in silence. Mother Nature spent millions of years crafting this gentle swimmer, yet human greed is erasing it in just a few decades. As the sun sets over the Gulf, we have to ask ourselves, are we really going to let the ocean lose its smallest, most innocent heartbeat forever? Leaving the warm waters behind, we now step into the damp, shadowy shadows of the Indonesian rainforest. Deep inside the Ujung Kulon National Park on the island of Java lives a ghost that few humans will ever have the privilege to see. This is the Javan rhinoceros, arguably the rarest large mammal on Earth. Heavily armored in gray, folding skin that looks like ancient volcanic rock, The Javan rhino moves through the thick brush like a phantom. Once roaming widely across Southeast Asia, their numbers have plummeted into the absolute danger zone, with only around 70 individuals surviving today, locked entirely within one single national park. Think about the fragility of their existence. A single catastrophic tsunami from the nearby Krakatoa volcano or a sudden outbreak of disease could wipe out the entire species overnight. They don't need much, just muddy wallows to cool their skin and quiet forest floors to find fallen fruit. Yet, humans have pushed them to the brink, driven by a cruel, baseless market for their horns. They are peaceful giants living on borrowed time, holding the heavy weight of their entire lineage on their massive shoulders. And now we cross continents and climates, trading tropical humidity for the freezing, snow-swept wilderness of the Russian Far East and northern China. Welcome to the frosty realm of the Amur leopard, the rarest big cat on the entire planet, with a thick, pale coat designed to blend seamlessly into snowy winter forests and striking rosette patterns. This magnificent predator is a true masterpiece of survival, but art cannot protect it from bullets. For decades, poachers have hunted the Amur leopard relentlessly for its stunning fur coat, while human logging and forest fires have ruthlessly destroyed its hunting grounds. Today, fewer than 130 individuals manage to survive in the wild. Imagine walking through a vast, silent winter wonderland, knowing that every single footprint you see might belong to one of the last living souls of its kind. When an Amur leopard sits quietly on a snow-covered cliff, looking out over the desolate valley, its golden eyes seem to ask a silent question. Why are we being hunted out of existence? They are fierce, beautiful, and completely unmatched in grace, yet they are slipping away like winter snow melting under a sudden spring sun. We are standing by and watching the silent erasure of two completely different worlds. The humid mud of Java and the freezing snow of Amur, both losing their most majestic guardians. We now travel deep into the rugged, mist-shrouded mountains nestled between the borders of Nigeria and Cameroon in West Africa. Here lives a true ghost of the jungle, the cross-river gorilla, the rarest and most elusive subspecies of gorilla on the entire planet. Unlike their more famous cousins in other parts of Africa, these intelligent giants are profoundly shy, highly intelligent, and deeply terrified of human presence. They navigate steep, nearly vertical mountain slopes and dense tropical canopies with incredible agility. Yet, their extreme shyness has not been enough to protect them. For decades, local bushmeat hunting and the relentless fragmentation of their forest homes have torn their families apart. Today, scientists believe fewer than 300 individuals remain in the wild, scattered across small, isolated pockets of forest. Imagine an entire culture, a whole lineage of wise, gentle primates reduced to a handful of fearful groups hiding in the fog, wondering if tomorrow will bring another trap. They share over 98% of our DNA, feeling pain and fear just like us, and yet we are the very reason their world is shrinking into absolute nothingness. turning eastward, our journey takes us to the ancient steaming rainforests of Sumatra and Borneo in Indonesia. Welcome to the world of the Sumatran rhinoceros, the smallest and most primitive of all living rhinos, and the closest living relative to the long-lost woolly rhinoceros of the Ice Age. Covered in a surprisingly soft layer of reddish-brown hair, a unique trait missing in all other modern rhinos, this ancient creature looks like it stepped straight out of a prehistoric dream. They are solitary creatures, roaming quiet, swampy forests and listening to the sounds of the jungle. But their primitive magic has made them a tragic target. Driven by ancient myths and illegal trade, hunters have relentlessly pursued them for their horns, pushing this magnificent species into a catastrophic spiral. Today, fewer than 80 Sumatran rhinos survive isolated in tiny disconnected groups across the jungle. Because they are so scattered, finding a mate has become almost impossible, meaning nature's clock is ticking down to zero on its own terms. They are gentle forest gardeners, spreading seeds as they walk, yet we are repaying their vital ecological role with silence and extinction. From the mist-covered mountains of West Africa to the ancient muddy trails of Indonesia, we are watching the slow, heartbreaking erasure of Earth's most irreplaceable guardians, leaving behind echoes of a wild world that may soon exist only in our memories. Before we venture deeper into the hidden corners of our planet to uncover the next tragic soul, take a brief moment to catch your breath with me. What you are witnessing today is not just a collection of sad animal stories. It is a mirror reflecting our own choices as a species. If this journey stirs something deep inside your chest, if you believe that these magnificent creatures deserve a future under the same sun we share, please hit that subscribe button. Share this video with someone who needs to wake up, and leave a comment below telling me which animal story touched your heart the most. Your voice, your awareness, and your share are the tiny ripples that can eventually spark a tidal wave of change. Thank you for standing with us on the right side of history. And now let us slip quietly into the misty, emerald green labyrinth of the Annamite Range, stretching along the rugged border between Vietnam and Laos. In 1992, science was rocked by one of the most astonishing discoveries of the 20th century, the Saola, often called the Asian unicorn due to its elusive nature and long, elegant horns. This creature is so rare, so deeply secretive, that it is practically a myth walking among us. With striking white facial markings and large, soulful eyes, the Saola looks like an antelope, though it is actually a wild cousin of cattle. Yet, despite its magical aura, it is sliding down the razor-thin edge of absolute extinction. Saolas live in dense, trackless rainforests where humans rarely tread. Because they are so intensely sensitive to disturbance and stress, they almost never survive in captivity. Today, conservationists fear that fewer than a few dozen individuals, perhaps even fewer than 20, survive hidden deep in the mountain thickets. Imagine an entire species so ghost-like, so profoundly elusive, that researchers can spend decades walking the same muddy trails without ever laying eyes on a living one. They are dying out not from old age, but trapped silently in the hundreds of thousands of indiscriminate wire snares left behind by poachers hunting for other bushmeat. The Asian unicorn is fading away into the mists of history, taking with it a secret world that we barely had time to understand or appreciate. As the rain falls softly over the endless green mountains of Southeast Asia, we are left to wonder, will our grandchildren only ever know the legend of the unicorn through old photographs and empty stories? We now cross the sea to a tropical island where one of the most haunting morning songs in nature is slowly fading into silence. Deep within the protected rainforests of Hainan Island lives the Hainan gibbon, officially recognized as the rarest primate on Earth. With a sleek black coat for males and a golden yellow hue for females, these agile acrobats spend their entire lives high up in the green canopy, leaping effortlessly through the air. Every morning before the sun fully wakes the forest, family groups join together in a breathtaking melodious duet that echoes across the valleys. It is a song of pure joy and connection, but that song is now nearly drowned out by the chainsaw. Decades of rampant deforestation for rubber plantations have reduced their ancient home to a single fragile patch of jungle. Today, fewer than 40 individuals survive, divided into only a few tiny family groups. Imagine the crushing weight of isolation, knowing that your entire extended family could fit inside a small bus. And if a disease or a storm strikes, your whole species vanishes from existence forever. Their haunting morning calls are no longer just a celebration of dawn. They sound like a sorrowful farewell, sung by creatures who know they are the last of their kind, watching their world dissolve tree by tree. Leaving the dripping green of the tropics behind, our journey takes a dramatic, brutal turn into the bone-dry, scorching expanses of the Gobi Desert in Mongolia. Welcome to the kingdom of the Mazalai, the rare Gobi bear, arguably the rarest bear on the entire planet. While other bears lounge in lush forests and feast on salmon, the Mazalai calls the most unforgiving desert on Earth its home. Surviving under scorching summer heat and freezing winter gales, these bears roam across vast, barren landscapes searching desperately for sparse roots, wild rhubarb, and occasional rodents. There are fewer than 40 individuals left clinging to survival in this hostile wasteland. They are smaller and lighter than their forest cousins, with dusty brown coats that blend seamlessly into the gravel and sand. Yet, climate change and human encroachment are turning their already harsh home into a graveyard. Water holes are drying up, and food sources are disappearing faster than they can adapt. When you watch a Gobi bear slowly walking across the endless shimmering dunes, casting a long, lonely shadow against the blazing sun, you are witnessing the absolute limit of biological endurance. They are fighting a silent, desperate war against the elements and human neglect, proving that even in the most desolate places on Earth, life tries with all its might to hold on, even as the sands slip away from beneath its paws. We now journey across the southern oceans to the lush, moss-covered temperate rainforests of New Zealand. Here lives one of the most eccentric, lovable, and critically endangered birds on Earth, the kakapo. Known as the world's only flightless parrot, the kakapo is a gentle giant of the avian world, weighing as much as a small cat, with a soft moss-green plumage that smells delightfully sweet. like honey and damp woods. Because they evolved on remote islands with zero native land predators, they never developed the instinct to fly or to hide. When frightened, a kakapo simply freezes, trusting its natural camouflage. But when human settlers brought cats, rats, and stoats to the islands, that simple defense mechanism became a death sentence. By the 1990s, their global population crashed to a heartbreaking 51 individuals. Thanks to one of the most intense, round-the-clock conservation rescue missions in history, where every single bird is given a name, a health tracker, and extra food, their numbers have slowly climbed back to over 200. Yet they are still walking a razor-thin tightrope. Imagine a bird so trusting and naive that it will eagerly waddle up to human researchers to cuddle, completely unaware of how close its entire species came to permanent silence. They are a joyful, clumsy reminder of an ancient island paradise that we almost lost forever. Turning northward, we plunge back into the dense, humid tropical jungles of Southeast Asia to confront a much darker, more tragic reality. Welcome to the secretive world of the Sunda pangolin, widely recognized as the most heavily trafficked wild mammal on the entire planet. Covered from head to toe in tough overlapping keratin scales that form a magnificent suit of armor, the pangolin looks like a living pine cone crossed with a gentle dinosaur. They are shy, nocturnal creatures, spending their nights wandering through the dark forest floor, using their powerful claws to tear open termite mounds and snapping up insects with a long, sticky tongue. But their unique beauty has turned into a curse. Driven by a ruthless global black market fueled by false medical myths and luxury meat demands, millions of pangolins have been snatched from the wild, smuggled across borders in tiny, horrific cages. When a pangolin feels threatened, it simply curls up into a tight, impenetrable ball, a defense mechanism that works wonders against tigers and leopards, but makes it devastatingly easy for poachers to simply bend down and pick them up. Today, all 8 pangolin species, especially the Sunda pangolin, are facing a catastrophic collapse in numbers. As we watch a lonely pangolin uncurl in the darkness and scurry quietly into the safety of the underbrush, we are left staring at a sobering truth. We are eating and trading away one of the most gentle, harmless creatures on Earth until nothing is left except empty forests and profound shame. We now travel to the murky, historic waters of the Yangtze River in China, home to one of the most ancient and misunderstood reptiles on Earth, the Yangtze alligator. Unlike its massive, terrifying cousins in the Amazon or the Nile, this small, gentle alligator grows no longer than a human is tall. For thousands of years, they were revered in Chinese folklore as sacred dragons, swimming peacefully through the vast wetlands alongside the longest river in Asia. But modern progress has not been kind to them. Massive hydroelectric dams, toxic pollution, and relentless conversion of wetlands into concrete cities have destroyed almost their entire natural home. Today they are functionally extinct in the wild, surviving almost entirely in breeding centers and tightly guarded reserves. Imagine an animal that has lived through millions of years of earth-shattering changes, surviving ice ages and shifting continents, only to be brought to its knees by the rise of modern concrete and canals. They spend their winters sleeping quietly in deep underground burrows, dreaming of a wild river that no longer exists in full freedom. Finally, our heartbreaking journey brings us to the warm, sunlit tropical coral reefs around the globe, where the 12th and final guardian of our list swims its lonely rounds. The hawksbill sea turtle, with a stunning, overlapping shell patterned in rich amber and brown hues and a sharp hawk-like beak designed for feeding on sea sponges, this marine reptile is an absolute masterpiece of ocean design. They play a vital role in keeping coral reefs healthy and alive, yet that breathtaking shell has become its greatest curse. For centuries, humans have brutally slaughtered hawksbill turtles to harvest their shells for luxury combs, glasses frames, and ornaments, ignoring international bans. Countless turtles are also caught accidentally in industrial fishing nets or lose their nesting beaches to coastal resorts and plastic pollution. Today, their global population has declined by over 80%. When you watch a solitary hawksbill turtle gliding gracefully through a vibrant coral garden, catching the golden sunbeams filtering through the blue waves, you are looking at an ancient creature that may not survive another generation if we do not change our ways. From the muddy banks of the Yangtze to the sun-kissed coral reefs of the open ocean, these 12 animals have shared their final silent pleas with us. They are not asking for much, just a space to live, a place to breathe, and the right to exist under the same sun. We have journeyed together across oceans, deserts, freezing snows, and ancient jungles to look into the eyes of the 12 rarest animals on Earth. They are the fragile bridges connecting our present to a wild, untamed history that millions of years took to shape. But as the screen fades, a heavy question remains. Will we be the generation that stood by and watched them slip into eternal darkness, or will we be the turning point? Extinction is forever, but it is not inevitable. Every choice we make, from the products we buy to the voices we raise, matters more than we know. If you believe that these magnificent creatures deserve to share tomorrow with our children, do not let their stories end with this video. Hit the subscribe button to join our growing community of nature protectors, share this film with everyone you know, and take a stand against illegal wildlife trade and habitat destruction. The wild heart of our planet is beating faintly, but it is still beating. Let us protect it, cherish it, and give life a fighting chance. Thank you for watching, for caring, and for being the voice for the voiceless. Until next time, keep the wild alive in your hearts.
The feast is ready, but the sky belongs to impatient vultures. Dozens crowd around the carcass, assuming the prize is theirs by numbers. But they miscalculate. Out of nowhere, a black streak explodes from the brush. It is the honey badger, refusing to share a single morsel. Charging into the feathered wall with razor-sharp claws, it sends panic through the flock. The Skylords stumble backward, utterly bewildered. Inch by inch, the tiny terror forces them to retreat in absolute defeat. Just as vultures retreat, cunning jackals emerge, hunting in coordinated packs. To them, a lone badger should be an easy meal. But the jackals play a losing game. As one strikes from behind, the badger uses its flexible spine to twist around instantly, launching a vicious counterattack. Fangs snap in the dusty air. The honey badger turns hunter, chasing the pack away with tails tucked. This small creature is not a victim. It is a nightmare wrapped in fur. massive shadow looms, the spotted hyena, a bone-crushing heavyweight. Before this legendary clash, take a second to hit subscribe for more Wild Chronicles. Now, back to the action. The hyena steps forward, expecting a fleeing victim. Instead, the honey badger stands like a titan, puffing its body and issuing a deep, rattling growl. Caught off guard, the giant lunges, but the tiny warrior surges directly forward. Stunned by fierce courage defying all natural laws, the hyena stumbles back.
The dust settles, and silence falls. Giants have retreated, and jackals vanished. Standing alone amidst the wreckage is the undisputed champion. Covered in dust and battle scars, the honey badger calmly returns to the feast, tearing into the prize with terrifying grace. Every bite proves an indomitable spirit. As the golden sunset washes over the plains, the small warrior stands tall. True survival belongs not to the biggest, but to a heart that never stops fighting. The honey badger teaches us a profound lesson. Challenges surround us like hungry predators, but true power comes from an unbreakable mindset. If a 20-pound creature can defeat giants, so can you. Thank you for joining this wild journey. If you enjoyed this epic battle, hit like, drop your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe for more Wildlife Chronicles. Stay fearless, keep fighting, and embrace your inner warrior. See you in the next adventure.
Survival pressure does not wait for a child to grow up. To fill the stomach of her fast-growing chick, for the first time, the mother eagle is forced to break the rules. Leaving the nest together is a dangerous gamble. The once secure sanctuary has now become a vulnerable empty dead zone. Every danger of this harsh rocky wilderness begins to converge on the 30-day-old life. Concealed only by a few fading oak leaves, the lone chick must now face the dark shadows alone, with its primal survival instincts fully awake. Under the scorching midday sun, the master of the sky begins his silent patrol. From hundreds of meters high, his vision, 8 times sharper than a human's, will not miss a single breath of death on the ground. Spotting his target, the eagle folds his wings, plunging into a near-vertical dive at breathtaking speed. This is a deadly survival dance, refined over millions of years of evolution. Has succeeded, but back at the empty nest, another predator has just found its prey. When the guardians of the sky are away, the natural order is instantly overturned. The apex predator now becomes the target of a shadow on the ground. Without parental protection, the only weapon for this fragile life is fear, transformed into the fierce fury of a future hunter. The battle for survival has reached its absolute climax. Blood is about to spill on this cliff of death. Maternal instinct has triumphed over death. In the world of the snake eagle, a mother's love is not just a shield, it is a fierce weapon to protect the bloodline of the sky rulers. Stains of combat, the chick's gaze transforms. It finally understands the true cost of survival. The danger has passed. The violent storm on the cliff leaves behind a deeper bond. Now the reward of courage is about to be granted. A unique feeding ritual in the avian world. The snake is not torn apart but stored entirely inside the father's crop, acting as a natural preservation box before being handed over. Here there is no coddling. To survive, the chick must learn to swallow death whole. Devouring an entire snake is a mandatory stretching exercise. It prepares the young eagle's digestive system to handle massive prey in the future. The feast ends. A full stomach is the reward for a fighting life. But as twilight falls, a new chapter is about to unfold. Dusk falls, closing a long day stained with life and death on the barren cliff. A day of survival closes not just with a full stomach, but with a priceless lesson in courage. To become a master of the sky, every single second in the empty nest is a testing trial of destiny. The boundary between the predator and the prey sometimes is only a single moment of spreading wings. We've all heard the phrase bird brain, used as a casual insult. For centuries, we assumed that birds were simple creatures driven purely by instinct, operating on tiny primitive brains. But modern science has uncovered a mind-blowing truth. We were completely wrong. Deep within the avian world lies an intellect so sharp, so adaptable, and so surprisingly human-like that it challenges everything we thought we knew about intelligence on Earth. Some of these feathered geniuses can solve complex logic puzzles, invent their own tools, memorize thousands of hidden locations, and even outsmart us when we're not looking. Today we are going to dive into the wild and count down the 10 smartest birds on the planet. Get ready, because what they can do will leave you absolutely speechless. Let's start our journey at number 10 with a bird that doesn't just hunt for its food. It actually goes fishing just like a human angler. Meet the green heron. At first glance, this small, unassuming bird hanging around swamps and riverbanks might look like any other waiter waiting patiently for a lucky catch. But look closer, because what this bird does next is pure genius. standing still and praying for a fish to swim by, the green heron takes control of the situation. It searches for a small object, a twig, a dropped piece of bread, or a live insect. Then, with incredible precision, it drops that object onto the surface of the water and steps back. It sits motionless, watching the floating lure. If the bait drifts away in the current, the heron will carefully pick it up and reposition it closer to where the fish are hiding. When a curious fish swims up to take a bite of the bait, bam! In the blink of an eye, the heron strikes, securing a fresh meal. Think about what is reflex or random luck. The green heron understands cause and effect. It comprehends the concept of baiting, predicts the behavior of another animal, and uses an external object as a tool to achieve a goal. That requires forward planning and abstract thinking, abilities that were once thought to belong exclusively to primates. And this is only number 10 on our list. Trust me, things are about to get even crazier as we go deep. Moving on to number 9. We have an animal that you probably walk past every single day without giving it a second thought. The humble pigeon. Most people dismiss street pigeons as mere pests, but beneath those gray feathers lies one of the most astonishing mathematical and visual minds in the entire animal kingdom. In controlled scientific experiments, pigeons have proven capable of recognizing all 26 letters of the English alphabet, and even telling the difference between human faces in photographs. But it gets even crazier. Researchers trained pigeons to distinguish between paintings by Pablo Picasso and Claude Monet. When shown brand new artworks they had never seen before, the pigeons could instantly group the Cubist paintings with Picasso and the Impressionist paintings with Monet. Even more astounding, pigeons are among the extremely rare group of non-mammal animals that can pass the mirror self-recognition test. They actually realize that the reflection in the mirror is themselves, not another bird. Next time you see a pigeon in a park, remember, you're looking at a feathered art critic with a high-definition memory. If you're enjoying this deep dive into the secret intelligence of nature, take a quick second to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. It really helps our channel bring you more fascinating wildlife stories every week. Now, let's get back to our countdown. At number 8, we travel to the misty rivers of East Asia to meet a bird with an unbelievable sense of math and fairness, the cormorant. For over 1,000 years, traditional fishermen in China and Japan have formed a unique partnership with these sleek, aquatic divers. The fishermen tie a loose ring around the base of the cormorant's neck, which prevents the bird from swallowing large fish, but allows it to swallow smaller ones. The birds fly into the water, catch large fish, and bring them back to the fisherman's bamboo raft. But here is where the story turns into a mind-bending display of animal intelligence. In many regions, fishermen have a strict rule with their birds. The cormorant gets to eat every 8th fish it catches. Researchers observing this tradition notice something extraordinary. The cormorants actually keep count. When a cormorant catches fish numbers 1 through 7, it willingly gives them up to the fisherman, knowing its reward is coming. But as soon as it catches fish number 8, the bird refuses to move, dives no more, and steadfastly ignores the fisherman's commands until it is given its rightful share. If the fisherman tries to cheat the bird and take the 8th fish, the cormorant will literally go on strike, squawking furiously and refusing to work. This isn't just basic habit. It requires numerical counting, understanding a contract, and enforcing fairness. The cormorant isn't just a hunter. It's a smart business partner that knows its worth.
Here, my friend, this is for you.
Cow.
Enjoy your meal.
At number 7, we head to the isolated Galapagos Islands to meet an extraordinary evolutionary genius, the woodpecker finch. In this harsh environment, finding food in the dry season is a matter of life and death. Real woodpeckers have long, barbed tongues to extract insects hidden deep inside tree trunks. But this small finch doesn't have that physical evolutionary trait. So, how did it solve this problem? It invented its own medical-grade surgical toolkit. When the finch hears a juicy beetle larva wriggling beneath the bark, it flies over to a nearby cactus and snaps off a sharp, sturdy spine. If a cactus spine isn't available, it will find a small twig and shape it using its beak, trimming off side branches until it's perfectly straight. Holding the stick lengthwise in its beak, the finch inserts it into the tiny crevices of the tree trunk, poking and prodding until the startled insect crawls out. Even more amazingly, if a tool works well, the bird will carry it from tree to tree, saving it for future use. This is active, goal-oriented tool modification, a milestone in cognitive evolution that places this tiny songbird in the same problem-solving class as chimpanzees. Flying into number 6 is the gentle giant of the avian world, the stunning hyacinth macaw. Boasting cobalt blue feathers and a massive, intimidating beak, this South American icon isn't just about good looks. It possesses incredible physical mechanics and generational wisdom. The primary food source for the hyacinth macaw is palm nuts, which are wrapped in a sledgehammer, struggles to crack them. To conquer this impenetrable food, the macaw doesn't just rely on brute force, uses physics. Before applying pressure with its jaw, the macaw places a small wedge, usually a piece of tough wood or a folded leaf, inside its mouth to act as a stabilizer. This wedge holds the slippery nut at the exact mechanical angle needed for its beak to exert maximum leverage without losing grip. In captivity, these brilliant parrots have been seen picking lock mechanisms, opening cage doors using makeshift keys, and creating complex games to entertain themselves. But what makes them truly special is how they pass this knowledge down. Young macaws spend years learning the physics of nutcracking from their parents, proving that intelligence in these majestic blue giants isn't just hardwired into their DNA. It's a living, breathing culture passed from one generation to the next. Breaking into our top 5 is the infamous mountain-feathered mischievous genius of New Zealand, the Kia parrot. Known as the clown of the mountains, the Kia is the world's only alpine parrot, living in harsh, freezing environments where curiosity isn't just a personality trait, it's a crucial survival strategy. Tourists in New Zealand know Keys all too well because these fearless birds will literally disassemble parked cars, pulling off rubber wiper blades, unbuttoning backpacks, and unscrewing metal parts just to see how they work. But don't let their goofy behavior fool you. In formal cognitive tests, Keys have demonstrated mind-bending levels of logical reasoning. They can understand cause and effect chains involving multiple steps, such as pulling a lever to drop a weight, which releases a key, which unlocks a box containing food. Even more impressive is their ability to cooperate. In multi-agent puzzles where two birds must pull opposite ends of a string simultaneously to get a reward, Keys quickly realized they couldn't do it alone. They will actually wait for a partner to arrive, communicate through subtle head nods, and pull the string at the exact same millisecond. They don't just solve problems, they work as a tactical team. At number 4, we take a look at a tiny avian engineer that proves size has absolutely nothing to do with brainpower. The sunbird. Often confused with hummingbirds due to their small size and iridescent feathers, sunbirds found across Africa and Asia possess a sophisticated understanding of architecture, energy management, and tactical deception. Sunbirds feed primarily on flower nectar, but they are not mindless gatherers. They are master risk analysts. A sunbird will evaluate the depth and shape of a flower blossom before attempting to drink. If a flower's petal tube is too deep, requiring too much energy to hover and reach, the sunbird will perform a clever shortcut. It uses its sharp beak to pierce a tiny hole directly at the base of the flower, bypassing the pollen completely to steal the nectar inside. Scientists call this nectar robbing, and it shows a bird actively cheating the rules of nature to conserve calories. Furthermore, their nesting techniques are pure architectural genius. Female sunbirds build hanging, purse-like nests made of fine plant fibers bound tightly together with stolen spider silk. But they don't stop there. To protect their eggs from predators like snakes and hawks, they attach loose leaves and debris to the outside, creating a camouflage shield that makes the nest look like a clump of dead leaves floating in the wind. Some species even build a tiny roof overhang above the entrance to block rainwater and hide the door from plain sight. That's not just building a shelter, that's designing a stealth fortress. Stepping onto the podium at number 3 is a bird whose intellect will completely redefine how you view language and emotion in animals. The African gray parrot. For decades, scientists believed that parrots were simply mimic machines, repeating human words without understanding their meaning. But famous researchers like Dr. Irene Pepperberg and her legendary African gray, Alex, shattered that myth forever.
Well, aren't these delightful colors? A yellow triangle. Back you go.
An African gray parrot possesses the emotional capacity of a 2-year-old child and the cognitive problem-solving skill of a 5 to 7-year-old human. These birds don't just repeat words. They understand abstract concepts. An African gray can identify over 100 different objects, distinguish shapes, identify colors, and count items up to 6. If you show a tray of mixed blocks and ask how many red squares are there, the parrot will look at the tray, mentally filter out the wrong shapes and colors, and verbally answer with the correct number. Even more mind-boggling, African grays have shown an understanding of the concept of zero or none, abstract mathematical idea that human children take years to grasp. They can communicate their desires, express frustration, and even apologize when they make a mistake.
You are so smart, aren't you? Cool. Yes, you are.
And now, at number 2, we encounter the undisputed master craftsman of the animal world, the New Caledonian crow. Found on a tiny island in the South Pacific, this jet-black bird holds the crown for inventing the most sophisticated tool technology of any non-human species on Earth, outperforming even chimpanzees in standardized tool use tests. In the wild, these crows construct specialized hooks from spiny leaves and twigs to dig out fat beetle larvae from tree hollows. But when brought into research laboratories, their abilities become almost terrifyingly smart. In a famous experiment, scientists presented a New Caledonian crow with a straight piece of wire, a material it had never seen before in its life, and a deep tube containing a small bucket of food. The bird quickly realized that a straight wire couldn't lift the bucket. Without hesitation, it held one end of the wire in its foot and used its beak to bend the other end into a perfect hook, then used it to fish the bucket out. Even more insane is their ability to solve multi-step puzzles. In complex experiments requiring up to 8 sequential steps, the crow must use a short stick to reach a longer stick, then use that longer stick to release a stone, then drop the stone into a box to release a key, and finally use that key to get food. The crow evaluates the entire setup, plans all 8 steps in its mind before making a single move, and executes the sequence flawlessly. High-level engineering. That is, high-level engineering, foresight, and now taking the crown as the undisputed #1 smartest bird on Earth, the majestic common raven. With the largest brain-to-body ratio of any bird species, the raven doesn't just display clever tricks. It possesses a complex mind capable of deceit, empathy, abstract reasoning, and long-term future planning. Ravens are the ultimate tactical masterminds of the natural world. In the wild, if a raven notices another raven watching it hide food, it will pretend to store the food in one location, wait for the spy to leave, and then secretly move the treasure to a safer spot. This requires theory of mind, the ability to understand what another individual knows or doesn't know. Even more revolutionary was a study proving ravens can plan for the future just like humans. Scientists trained ravens to use a specific tool to open a puzzle box containing a treat. Later, they presented the ravens with a tray of various items, including the tool, but held the puzzle box back for 24 hours. The ravens didn't just pick the correct tool, they saved it and held onto it for an entire day, knowing they would need it tomorrow. They can exercise self-control, delay gratification, and anticipate future needs. Traits once thought to belong strictly to humans and great apes. Combine this with their complex social bonds, playfulness, and ability to hold grudges against specific humans for years, and the raven stands alone at the absolute apex of avian intelligence. Looking back at this incredible journey, from fishing herons to tool-making crows and visionary ravens, one thing becomes crystal clear. The phrase bird brain should no longer be an insult, but a profound compliment. Nature has spent millions of years designing minds that are radically different from ours, yet capable of awe-inspiring feats of logic, creativity, and brilliance. It reminds us to stay humble and look at the natural world around us with newfound wonder and respect. Which of these 10 avian geniuses surprised you the most? Did you expect the raven to take the top spot, or were you amazed by the art-loving pigeons and tool-making finches? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. If you found this video fascinating, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your fellow nature lovers, and hit that subscribe button to join our community. Thank you so much for watching. Keep exploring the wild, and we'll see you in the next adventure. Have you ever wondered why nature invested so much imagination into birds? While we humans need paint and brushes to create art, the wild uses living, breathing canvas. Color in the animal kingdom is never just an accident. It is a language of love, a shield for survival, and a message from evolution. Today we are going on a breathtaking journey around the globe to meet 15 of the most colorful birds on Earth. Creatures so vibrant, they look like they flew straight out of a painter's dream. Get ready, because what you are about to see will truly blow your mind. Our journey begins in the vast sun-drenched savannas of Africa. Perched high on a lonely branch looking like a gemstone against the dry grass is the lilac-breasted roller. This isn't just a bird, it's a living rainbow. Scientists count up to 8 distinct colors on its small body. You can see a rich purple on its breast, pastel blue on its belly, and a striking turquoise on its wings. But why so bright in a land of predators? Well, these colors help them spot each other across the endless plains. And when they take flight, they perform incredible acrobatic dives and rolls, which is how they got their name. Watching a roller dive through the African sky is like watching a flash of neon light dancing in the wilderness. It's the perfect welcome to nature's art gallery. From the quiet savannas, we fly straight into the chaotic, joyful rainforests and coastal towns of Australia. Here, the trees don't just rustle, they chatter. Meet the rainbow lorikeet, a bird that looks like it accidentally fell into every bucket of paint available. With a deep blue head, a bright orange chest, and a lime green back, this parrot is a pure explosion of energy. Lorikeets are the ultimate social butterflies of the bird world. They travel in noisy, happy flocks looking for sweet nectar and pollen. Their bright colors actually match the brilliant tropical flowers they feed on, acting as a strange kind of camouflage. But more than their looks, it's their playful personality that steals your heart. They are loud, messy, and full of life, a true reminder that nature loves a good party. Now let's leave the noise behind and step into the misty, sacred forests of central China. Here, hiding in the dense bamboo thickets, lives the creature of royal beauty, the golden pheasant. If the lorikeet is a party, the golden pheasant is a royal coronation. The male is a masterpiece of evolution. He sports a golden yellow crest that flows down like silk, a brilliant red body, and a magnificent orange and black cape around his neck. When he wants to impress a female, he fans out this cape like a majestic striped shield, hiding everything except his bright yellow eye. It is an ancient, beautiful dance of seduction that has happened in these mountains for thousands of years. Even in the shadows of the deep forest, this bird manages to shine like pure gold. Deep within the remote, untouched rainforests of Indonesia's islands, a tiny creature is preparing a stage. This is the Wilson's bird of paradise, and it possesses a color palette that seems almost alien. Look closely at its head. That isn't feathers, it's bare. Glowing neon blue skin that looks like it's powered by electricity. Combined with a bright yellow cape, a crimson back, and turquoise feet, this bird is a living rave. But the male doesn't just rely on his looks, he is a perfectionist. Before performing his courtship dance, he meticulously clears every leaf and twig from his court on the forest floor, ensuring that nothing distracts the female from his brilliant colors. When she arrives, he flashes his iridescent green breast shield. In the dim light of the jungle floor, it is a mesmerizing, almost hypnotic spectacle. It's a powerful reminder of how far nature will go in the pursuit of love and beauty. Nature never ceases to amaze us with its endless creativity, does it? Each of these birds tells a unique story of survival and wonder. If you are enjoying this visual feast and want to uncover more breathtaking secrets of the wildlife world with us, please take a quick second to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. By joining our community, you help us bring more of these incredible stories to life. Now, let's travel across the ocean where another colorful icon is waiting for us. Welcome to the vibrant, humid canopy of the Central and South American rainforests. Among the dense green leaves, a heavy silhouette appears, carrying a splash of impossible colors. This is the keel-billed toucan, often called the rainbow-billed toucan. At first glance, you might wonder how such a small bird carries such a massive beak, but nature is a brilliant engineer. The bill is actually hollow, made of a lightweight protein called keratin, and supported by tiny bone struts. It's as light as a feather but functions as a remarkable multi-tool. Its chaotic mix of lime green, bright orange, and baby blue isn't just for show. It helps them recognize each other in the thick canopy, and plays a vital role in regulating their body temperature during hot tropical days. Watching a toucan toss a berry into the air and catch it perfectly is like watching a playful circus performer who brought all the colors of the rainbow along for the act. From the tropical heat, we move to the tranquil, misty waters of East Asia. Here, floating peacefully on a mirror-like lake surrounded by autumn leaves, is a bird deeply rooted in ancient folklore, the mandarin duck. In Asian culture, they are symbols of lifelong love and fidelity. And looking at the male, it's easy to see why he inspired poets for centuries. He doesn't look like a real bird. He looks like a delicate, hand-painted wooden sculpture. His feathers form complex, geometric shapes, blending rich copper, deep purple, striking white whiskers, and two unique orange sails that rise from his back. While most ducks look somewhat similar, the mandarin duck male is in a league of his own. Yet this beauty is fleeting. After the breeding season, he sheds these magnificent feathers, hiding away in the shadows until the next spring calls for his royal return. It is a beautiful lesson in the temporary, cyclical nature of wild beauty. As a wildlife researcher, I am often fascinated by how environment shapes color. Let's travel back to the harsh, dry grasslands of northern Australia to meet a tiny bird that seems to defy its rugged surroundings, the Gouldian finch, often called the rainbow finch. This species looks like a living palette of pastels. They sport a bright green back, a yellow belly, a purple breast, and here is the most incredible part. Their heads can naturally be black, red, or vibrant orange. In the wild, these head colors aren't just for fashion. They actually determine the bird's personality and status within the flock. Red-headed finches tend to be more dominant and aggressive, while black-headed ones are more easygoing. Sadly, due to habitat loss, these little flying jewels are endangered in the wild. Seeing them drink at a waterhole is like watching a handful of colorful confetti scattered across the dry, dusty earth. Now let's sober back to the lush, boundless skies of the Amazon rainforest. Look up, and you might catch a flash of fire streaking across the green canopy. This is the scarlet macaw, one of the largest and most iconic parrots in the world. With a body covered in blazing scarlet red, brilliant yellow, and deep royal blue, they are impossible to miss. In the dense jungle, these loud, bright colors actually help them stay connected with their mates over long distances. Scarlet macaws are incredibly loyal. They mate for life, flying side by side through the sky and sharing everything from food to gentle grooming sessions. Their heavy hooked beaks are strong enough to crush rock-hard nuts, turning them into vital seed dispersers for the forest. They are the true spirits of the Amazon, loud, resilient, and unapologetically beautiful. Our next stop takes us into the quiet, mist-shrouded cloud forests of Central America. Here, revered by ancient Maya and Aztec civilizations as a sacred symbol of freedom and light, lives the resplendent quetzal. The word resplendent doesn't even begin to do it justice. The male boasts a vibrant green body that shifts from emerald to gold and blue depending on how the mountain light hits it, contrasted against a deep crimson belly. But his true glory lies in his magnificent twin tail feathers, which can grow up to 3 feet long, trailing elegantly behind him like a royal ribbon as he flies through the foggy canopy. To the ancients, killing a quetzal was a crime. They would only catch them, pluck a few feathers for royal headdresses, and set them free. Watching this creature glide through the misty trees is a spiritual experience. It feels less like bird watching and more like witnessing a myth come to life. Sometimes spectacular colors are worn by the most efficient hunters. Let us sit quietly by the edge of a crystal-clear river in Europe to watch the common kingfisher. This bird is a masterclass in optical illusion. Its back features a brilliant metallic blue and turquoise, while its underparts are a rich, warm orange. When sitting still on a branch, the orange belly blends perfectly with the earthy riverbanks, hiding it from predators below. But once it spots a fish, it transforms into a high-speed missile. The kingfisher dives headfirst into the water at incredible speeds, using its specialized eyes to see clearly beneath the surface. Watching it break the water, catch its prey, and return to its perch in the blink of an eye is a breathtaking display of raw nature. It proves that in the wild you can be incredibly beautiful and incredibly deadly all at the same time. From the riverbanks, we journey high into the misty mountains of Costa Rica and Panama. Here, darting between tropical flowers at lightning speed, is a creature that seems to hold a literal rainbow in its throat, the fiery-throated hummingbird. This tiny bird is a marvel of flight, capable of beating its wings up to 80 times per second, allowing it to hover perfectly in midair. But the real magic happens when the sunlight hits its feathers. At one angle, it might look like a simple greenish bird, but as it turns its head, its throat suddenly ignites into a dazzling display of fiery red, brilliant orange, yellow, and deep blue. It looks less like feathers and more like liquid jewelry shifting in the light. This breathtaking brilliance is used to defend territory and attract mates, showing that even the smallest creatures can command the grandest attention. Our next destination brings us to the historic forests and grand landscapes of South Asia, home to one of the most famous symbols of natural luxury, the Indian peafowl. The male peacock is the ultimate showman of the animal kingdom. While his body is covered in a deep, majestic royal blue, it is his enormous train of tail feathers that steals the world's attention. Growing over 5 feet long, this train is decorated with hundreds of iridescent eye spots that shimmer in shades of emerald green, gold, and bronze. When a peacock courts a female, he raises this massive fan and vibrates the feathers, creating a hypnotic, shimmering wall of color and a rustling sound that is impossible to ignore. It is a spectacular evolutionary gamble. Carrying such a heavy tail makes it harder to escape predators, yet it remains the ultimate test of strength and genetic beauty in the wild. As we enter the final stretch of our journey, we return one last time to the high canopies of the Amazon rainforest. Sitting quietly at the very top of the tallest trees, bathed in the bright tropical sun, is the spangled cotinga. This bird does not just have color. It has a glow that defies description. The male is covered in an intense electric turquoise blue that seems to absorb and reflect the sky itself. This brilliant blue is beautifully patterned with black spots, creating a shimmering effect, and is contrasted by a deep wine-red throat patch. Because they live so high up in the forest canopy, they are rarely seen by humans on the ground. To catch a glimpse of this sapphire of the Amazon sitting silently against the green leaves is a rare privilege. It is a quiet reminder that some of the planet's greatest treasures are hidden far out of our normal sight, living their lives in perfect, colorful isolation. From the giant trees of the Amazon, let us travel to the vibrant island of Cuba, where we find a creature that is as adorable as it is colorful. Meet the Cuban toady, a tiny, round bird that looks like a plush toy brought to life. Weighing only a few grams, what this bird lacks in size, it more than makes up for in pure concentrated color. It features a brilliant lime green back, a clean white belly, a bright red throat patch, and delightful pink flanks on its sides. The toady is a bird of high energy, sitting on low branches and constantly scanning the air for insects. When it speaks, it makes a distinctive, charming clicking sound. Watching this little ball of neon feathers hop around the bushes is pure joy. It reminds us that nature's artistry doesn't always require a giant canvas. Sometimes the most unforgettable masterpieces come in the smallest packages. Finally, we reach our 15th destination, the tropical rainforests of the South Pacific. Here we meet a bird that looks like a watercolor painting come to life, the lilac-crowned fruit dove. While most people think of pigeons and doves as plain gray birds, the tropical world tells a completely different story. This dove is a breathtaking arrangement of soft, beautiful pastels. It features a delicate lilac purple patch on its forehead, a soft green and yellow body, and a vibrant orange patch on its belly. As its name suggests, it feeds almost entirely on colorful tropical fruits and berries, helping to plant new trees across the islands. Seeing this dove move gently through the branches is like watching a peaceful meditation on color. It is the perfect finale to our list, a bird that embodies the grace, harmony, and endless beauty of the natural world. We have traveled from the open savannas of Africa to the deep jungles of Asia, from the vast Amazon to the islands of the Pacific, witnessing 15 unforgettable birds that redefine what color means. But as a wildlife researcher, I must also share a deeper truth with you. Many of these beautiful creatures are facing incredible challenges. Climate change, habitat destruction, and the illegal pet trade are quiet threats that could make these living rainbows vanish from our skies forever. Protecting them is not just about saving birds. It is about preserving the very soul and vibrancy of our planet. Color is nature's gift to us, a reminder of how rich and beautiful life can be when it is left wild and free. Thank you so much for traveling around the world with us today. Which of these 15 birds surprised you the most? Share your thoughts in the comments below. I read every single one. If you want to keep exploring the deep secrets of the wild and support our mission to celebrate the natural world, please hit that like button. Share this video with another nature lover and subscribe to the channel. Your support means everything to us. Until next time, keep your eyes open, stay curious, and never stop wondering at the magic of the wild. Goodbye, and see you in the next journey. Imagine waking up one day and the world is completely silent. No morning songs, no chirping in the trees, no wings flapping in the sky. It sounds like a movie, doesn't it? But right now, as you watch this, some of the most beautiful, unique voices of our planet are fading away forever. We share our Earth with wonders that survived ice ages and massive changes. Yet today they are fighting their hardest battle just to exist. In this video, we are going on a journey to meet 10 of the rarest birds on Earth. Birds so close to the edge of extinction that you might be among the last generation to ever see them. If you love nature, please hit that subscribe button because every voice matters in saving them. Let's begin. Our journey starts in the deep, magical forests of New Zealand. Meet the kakapo. It's not just a bird, it's a living contradiction. The kakapo is the world's only parrot that cannot fly. It's also the heaviest parrot on Earth, looking like a soft green, mossy bowling ball with feathers. Because they spent millions of years without any predators on their island, they forgot how to fly. Instead, they walk, climb trees with their strong claws, and sometimes freeze completely, hoping no one sees them. They have a sweet, friendly personality, almost like a puppy, and they smell like honey in old violin cases. But when humans brought cats, rats, and stoats to New Zealand, the kakapo's peaceful world crashed. They couldn't fly away. By the late 1990s, only about 50 of these beautiful birds were left alive. They were literally staring into the abyss of extinction. Thankfully, a team of dedicated scientists and volunteers stepped in. They moved every single kakapo to tiny predator-free islands. Today, thanks to 24-hour protection, artificial breeding, and pure love, their numbers have crawled up to around 250. Every single kakapo has a name. They are fighting back, but they are still in critical danger. Seeing one in the wild is a true miracle. Leaving New Zealand behind, we fly across the massive Pacific Ocean to the rugged, sun-drenched canyons of North America. Look up at the sky. If you are lucky, you might see a shadow so large it looks like a small airplane. This is the California condor, the largest flying land bird in North America. With a breathtaking wingspan of nearly 3 meters, these kings of the sky don't just fly. They glide effortlessly on hot air currents, traveling up to 160 kilometers a day without flapping their wings even once. They are nature's ultimate cleanup crew, keeping the ecosystem healthy. But by the year 1987, human activity, especially lead poisoning from eating hunted animals, brought these giants to their knees. The entire world held its breath. There were only 22 California condors left alive on the whole planet. 22. It was an absolute emergency. In a desperate, historic move, scientists captured every single remaining wild condor. It was a risky gamble to breed them in captivity. To prevent the chicks from bonding with humans, biologists used special hand puppets that looked exactly like adult condors to feed them. Against all odds, the gamble worked. Today, thanks to this incredible rescue mission, there are over 500 California condors, and more than half of them are flying free once again over the Grand Canyon. They are living proof that when we choose to fix our mistakes, nature can heal. Now, let us travel south, deep into the heart of Brazil's dry, beautiful forests, to hear a story that sounds like a Hollywood movie. In fact, it actually inspired one. This is the Spix's macaw, a breathtakingly beautiful parrot with feathers the color of a summer sky and soft white rings around its eyes. You might recognize this bird as Blue from the famous animated film Rio. In the movie, Blue was the last male of his kind. Sadly, in real life, the story was even darker. Because of heavy deforestation and the illegal pet trade, the very last known wild Spix's macaw disappeared in the year 2000. The species was officially declared extinct in the wild. For over 20 years, this beautiful blue bird lived only in memories, on movie screens, and in a few private cages around the world. But the story didn't end there. A global miracle was quietly happening behind closed doors. Conservationists from different countries worked together, gathering the few birds kept in private collections to start a highly protected breeding program. It took years of patience, science, and hope. Then, in the summer of 2022, something magical happened. A small flock of Spix's macaws was released back into their native Brazilian forests. For the first time in more than 2 decades, the sky of Brazil flashed with that unforgettable, brilliant blue color once again. They are still incredibly rare, and their survival is fragile, but they are no longer just a memory. They are home. From the forests of South America, we cross the ocean once again to the tropical rainforests of Southeast Asia. Let's visit the Philippines. Deep inside the islands of Mindanao lives a creature of pure majesty, the Philippine eagle. Also known as the monkey-eating eagle, this is one of the largest, most powerful birds of prey in the entire world. When it spreads its wings, it spans over 2 meters wide. But what makes this eagle unforgettable is its face. It has a beautiful crest of long brown feathers that surrounds its head like a lion's mane, and piercing icy blue eyes that can spot prey from kilometers away. They are fierce, loyal, and incredibly dedicated parents, raising only a single chick every 2 years. But a king needs a kingdom, and the Philippine eagle's kingdom is shrinking every single day. They depend entirely on old growth, ancient forests to hunt and nest. Sadly, because of heavy logging and farming, these beautiful forests are disappearing. Today, it is estimated that fewer than 400 pairs of these giant eagles are left in the wild. When a single tree falls, an entire family of eagles might lose their home forever. Conservation teams are working tirelessly with local tribes to protect the remaining trees, but the battle against habitat loss is a race against time. Seeing this king of the air glide through the green canopy is a sight of pure power, but it is a sight that is dangerously close to fading into history. Wow! Every time I look at these beautiful creatures, I'm reminded of how fragile our world really is. If you are feeling inspired by these incredible stories of survival, please take a quick second to hit the like button and subscribe to our channel. By doing this, you help us share these important stories with more people around the world, giving these endangered birds a louder voice. Leave a comment below telling us which bird touched your heart the most so far. Thank you for standing with us, and now, let's continue our journey. We travel next to the isolated, ancient island of Madagascar, a place famous for wildlife found nowhere else on Earth. For nearly 15 years, scientists believed that a small quiet waterbird called the Madagascar pochard was gone forever. This rare diving duck, with its simple brown feathers and striking white eyes, was officially written off as extinct in the late 1990s. The world thought it had lost another unique piece of nature's puzzle due to polluted lakes and human fishing nets. But nature loves to surprise us. In the year 2006, during a research trip to a highly remote volcanic lake in the northern part of the island, scientists spotted something unbelievable. A tiny flock of Madagascar pochards was swimming peacefully on the water. There were only 22 ducks left in existence. It was the ultimate biological treasure hunt. Instantly, an international rescue team went to work. They collected eggs, raised the ducklings in specialized safety centers, and built innovative floating aviaries directly on the lake to help them adapt. Thanks to this incredible teamwork, their population has grown to over 100 individuals. They are still the rarest ducks in the world, but their quiet return proved to us that hope is never truly dead, even when all seems lost. Our next stop takes us back to the vast windswept grasslands of Brazil known as the Cerrado. Here lies a story of a resurrection so unexpected that it shocked the scientific community. Meet the blue-eyed ground dove. At first glance, it looks like a simple, warm brown dove, but look closer right into its eyes. They are a brilliant, shocking gemstone blue, matching the beautiful metallic spots on its wings. For 75 long years, this bird was nothing but a ghost. No one had seen it since the year 1941. Experts feared that the rapid destruction of Brazil's grasslands for mega-farming had wiped them out completely. But in 2015, a Brazilian ornithologist was walking through the grassland when he heard a strange, unfamiliar bird song. He followed the sound, looked through his binoculars, and couldn't believe his eyes. Right there, sitting quietly, was a blue-eyed ground dove. He hadn't just found a bird, he had found a lost world. Today we know that only about 30 of these incredible doves exist in the wild. They live in a tiny secret area that is now heavily protected. Because their population is so small, every single egg is a treasure, and every hatchling is a victory against time. They teach us a beautiful lesson, that nature can hide its greatest treasures in plain sight, waiting for us to care enough to look. From the dry grasslands of Brazil, we fly north to the Caribbean Sea, to the beautiful mountainous island of Dominica. This island is home to a bird so royal it is featured on the country's national flag. This is the imperial Amazon, also known locally as the Cicero parrot. It is the largest of all Amazon parrots, wearing a stunning coat of deep green on its back and a rich royal purple on its chest. These birds are proud dwellers of the mountain rainforests, nesting only in the cavities of the oldest, tallest trees. They can live for decades, flying like living jewels across the misty peaks. However, being an island species means your whole world is vulnerable. The imperial Amazon was already struggling due to habitat loss and the illegal pet trade with only a few hundred left. Then in September 2017, disaster struck. Category 5 Hurricane Maria battered the island, destroying entire forests and stripping trees bare. It was a heartbreaking tragedy. For months, scientists feared the worst, but the Cicero is a fighter. A few survivors managed to endure the storm. Today, it is estimated that less than 50 of these magnificent parrots remain in the wild. Conservationists are now rushing to build artificial nest boxes to help them rebuild their families. The imperial Amazon is the very spirit of Dominica, battered by the storms of life, but refusing to fall. As night falls over the world, we travel to the dry, thorny scrub forests of Andhra Pradesh in eastern India. Here we are looking for a ghost that walks only in the dark. This is the Jordan's courser, a truly mysterious nocturnal bird with long, slender legs, large dark eyes built for the night, and beautiful black and white bands across its neck. For 86 years, the world thought this bird had vanished from the face of the earth forever. It was feared dead until 1986, when a local hunter suddenly spotted one. It was a historic discovery that brought hope back to the scientific world. But searching for a bird that only comes out when the sun goes down is incredibly difficult. The Jordan's courser doesn't fly much. It prefers to run quietly along the forest floor, hiding under the shadows of thick bushes. Tragically, because of illegal construction and the clearing of these unique scrub forests, its home is shrinking fast. In fact, no human has officially confirmed seeing one since the year 2009. Yet scientists refuse to give up. Every single year, teams walk through the dark forests, setting up camera traps and listening carefully for its soft whistling call. We do not know exactly how many are left, maybe a dozen, maybe fewer. The Jordan's courser is a reminder of the mysteries we are losing before we even fully understand them. We cross back to South America, deep into the Atlantic forest of Bahia, Brazil. In these dense, misty valleys lives a bird so rare that its survival depends on just a few hectares of trees. Meet the Stressman's bristlefront. It is a small charcoal bird with a long tail, but its most striking feature is a tuft of stiff hair-like feathers sticking straight up above its beak, like a tiny rebellious crown. This little bird spends its life close to the dark forest floor, nesting in tunnels it digs into earthen banks. The story of the Stressman's bristlefront is a nail-biting thriller. For decades it was lost. Then, a single bird was found in 1995. Years passed with silence until 2018, when researchers spotted just one lonely female. That was it. One single bird stood between the species and absolute extinction. Today, its entire global population might be fewer than 5 individuals. Fire, logging, and severe droughts have pushed them to the absolute edge of existence. A dedicated reserve has been created just for them, protecting the exact spot where that last female was seen. The Stressman's bristlefront is a fragile heartbeat in the deep woods, showing us that even the smallest, most hidden lives are worth fighting for with everything we have. reach the #1 rarest bird on our list to find it. We travel to the beautiful volcanic slopes of Maui in the Hawaiian Islands. This is the Maui parrotbill, or kiwikiu. This tiny emerald and yellow honey creeper is a true masterpiece of nature. It possesses a heavy hooked beak that looks exactly like a parrot's, which it uses with incredible strength to crush dead wood and search for insects. Once, these little birds sang all across the island, from the sunny beaches to the highest peaks. But today, the kiwikiu is facing a strange and invisible enemy, climate. As temperatures rise, invasive mosquitoes carrying deadly avian malaria are moving higher and higher up the mountains. The birds have no natural immunity. They have been pushed into a tiny, cold, windswept strip of forest on the very top of the volcano. It is estimated that fewer than 150 of these beautiful birds are left in the wild. Scientists are now racing against time, restoring forests on cooler slopes and developing ways to protect them from disease. The Maui parrotbill is standing on the absolute edge of existence, a beautiful island treasure fighting for its very last breath. Birds, 10 beautiful, unique voices that are staring into the dark abyss of extinction. Seeing them even once in a lifetime is a privilege, but ensuring they survive is our collective responsibility. Their stories show us that humans have the power to destroy, but we also possess the incredible power to save, to restore, and to heal. The choice is entirely ours. If this journey touched your heart, please help us spread their stories. Hit that like button. Share this video with someone who loves nature and subscribe to our channel so you never miss another wildlife documentary. By sharing these videos, you are helping to keep their voices alive in the human world. Let us know in the comments 10 miracles you hope will fly free forever. Thank you so much for watching, thank you for caring, and we will see you in the next journey. Goodbye. When you think of a bird, what comes to mind? A sweet little sparrow singing on your windowsill? A graceful swan gliding across a lake? Well, forget everything you know about birds, because nature has a wild, rebellious side. Deep within the darkest swamps, the densest rainforests, and the most remote islands on Earth, they're live creatures that defy imagination. Creatures that like they survived the dinosaur extinction, or stumbled out of a sci-fi movie. Today, we are going on a journey to meet 15 of the most unusual, bizarre, and unbelievable birds alive today. Prepare to question reality, because you won't believe these actually exist. If you love discovering the wild secrets of our planet, make sure to hit that subscribe button right now, so you never miss an adventure with us. Let's start our journey in the permanent swamps of East Africa. Imagine walking through the tall papyrus reeds, and suddenly you find yourself staring face to face with a living nightmare. This is the shoebill stork. Standing nearly 5 feet tall, with a massive shoe-shaped beak that ends in a sharp, wicked hook, this bird looks less like a modern animal, and more like a leftover theropod patience. It can stand completely frozen for hours, mimicking a statue, waiting for the perfect moment. Its target? Lungfish, baby crocodiles, or water snakes. When the moment comes, the shoebill collapses its entire body weight forward, snapping its giant beak with a force that can decapitate its prey. But it's not just their hunting that's haunting. To cool down, they defecate on their own legs, and their call? It sounds exactly like a machine gun firing in the middle of the quiet swamp. It's an unforgettable, bone-chilling encounter with a creature that time forgot. From the swamps of Africa, we fly across the Atlantic to the mysterious Amazon rainforest. Here, clinging to the branches overhanging the water, is a bird so bizarre that scientists had to create a whole separate family just for it. Meet the hoatzin, also known as the stink bird or the dinosaur bird. The hoatzin looks like a punk rocker with its bright blue face and messy, spiky crest. But what makes it truly unusual is on the inside and the way it grows. The hoatzin is the only bird in the world that eats almost nothing but leaves. To digest this tough diet, it has a specialized stomach that ferments leaves, just like a cow. Because of this, they smell constantly of fresh manure. But the real shocker happens when they are young. Hoatzin chicks are born with 2 sharp claws on each wing. If a predator like a hawk or a snake attacks, the baby bird dives into the river below, swims like a fish, and then uses its wing claws to climb back up the tree trunk. It is a living, breathing window into the evolutionary past. Our final stop for this section takes us high into the canopy of Central and South American forests. Vultures usually get a bad reputation for being ugly, dark, and associated with death, but the king vulture shatters all those stereotypes. In Mayan mythology, this bird was viewed as a messenger between humans and the gods, and it's easy to see why. The king vulture is a stunning contradiction. While its body is covered in stark white and black feathers, its head and neck look like an artist went wild with a paintbrush. It features brilliant shades of orange, red, yellow, and blue, topped with a strange fleshy growth on its beak called a caruncle. Despite its majestic appearance, it is still a vulture. It uses its massive size to push smaller scavengers away from a carcass. Its powerful beak is the only one strong enough to rip open tough animal hides, making it the undisputed king of the jungle feast. It is a beautiful yet bizarre reminder that even in death, nature finds a way to create something strikingly colorful. As we move deeper into the forest, look closely at the branches. No, closer than that. You might be staring right at our next creature without even knowing it. This is the Sri Lanka frogmouth, and it is a certified master of illusion. Active only at night, this bird spends its days sitting completely still on branches, pretending to be a broken tree stump. With its mottled brown and gray feathers, it blends perfectly into the bark. But why is it called a frogmouth? Well, when it opens its beak, you'll see a wide, gaping, yellow mouth that looks exactly like a frog. This unusual shape allows them to snatch flying insects right out of the air in the dark. If you approach one during the day, it won't fly away. Instead, it slowly freezes, points its beak toward the sky, and narrows its eyes into tiny slits. To the rest of the world, it simply ceases to be a bird and becomes a piece of wood. It's an incredible evolutionary magic trick. From the art of hiding, we jump to the art of showing off. Deep in the misty montane forests of Papua New Guinea lives a bird that carries a fashion statement so extreme, it almost seems like a disability. This is the ribbon-tailed astrapia, a species of the famous birds of paradise. The male is a medium-sized bird, but what makes it legendary are its two central tail feathers. These pure white ribbons can grow up to 3 feet long, more than 3 times the length of the bird's actual body. Seeing this bird fly through the foggy canopy, trailing these long, glowing white streamers behind it, is like watching a mythical spirit dance. Why grow something so heavy and impractical? The answer, as always in the bird world, is love. Female Astropius are deeply attracted to the males with the longest, most dramatic ribbons. It is a risky evolutionary gamble, making them easy targets for predators, all in the name of finding a mate. We've traveled from the terrifying swamps of Africa to the deep jungles of New Guinea. And we are just getting started. Out of the 5 bizarre birds we've met so far, which one surprised you the most? Was it the prehistoric showbill or the illusionist frogmouth? Let me know in the comments below. If you're enjoying this deep dive into nature's wildest creations, please give this video a thumbs up. It really helps our channel grow so we can keep bringing you these incredible wildlife stories. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications, because the next 10 birds on our list are going to blow your mind. Now, let's get back to the countdown. Our next bird isn't going to win any beauty pageants. In fact, it is often called the ugliest bird in the world. Meet the marabou stork, also known as the undertaker bird. Found across sub-Saharan Africa, this giant bird looks like a grumpy old man wearing a black cloak. It has a completely bald, spotted head, a massive dagger-like beak, and a strange pink inflatable pouch hanging from its neck. From a distance, they look ominous, standing around carcass sites alongside vultures. But don't let their ghastly appearance fool you. The marabou stork is a vital part of the African ecosystem. As nature's cleanup crew, they eat anything from rotting meat to human waste, preventing the spread of deadly diseases. They are even known to swallow whole pieces of bone. It's a creature that proves nature doesn't always care about being pretty. Sometimes, being beautifully adapted to do a dirty job is what truly matters. If you ever find yourself walking through the South American rainforest at night, you might hear a sound that freezes the blood in your veins. It is a haunting, human-like groan that echoes through the trees. Follow that sound, and you might catch the gaze of the great patoo. During the day, just like the frogmouth, the patoo disguises itself as a dead branch. But when night falls, it transforms into something truly cartoonish. The patoo possesses giant, dark, expressive eyes that look like they belong in an animated movie. These eyes are so sensitive that they can see in the pitch black, and the bird even has tiny gaps in its eyelids so it can watch for predators while its eyes are closed. Combined with a mouth that unhinges into an impossibly wide gap, the great patoo looks like a ghost haunting the canopy. It is a creature that balances perfectly on the fine line between deeply unsettling and absolutely hilarious. From the spooky forest, we head to the tropical coasts of the Americas to meet the pirate of the skies. This is the magnificent frigate bird. With a wingspan of over 7 feet and a deeply forked tail, this seabird is built for speed and agility. But they have a dark reputation. They rarely land on water because their feathers aren't waterproof. Instead, they survive by attacking other seabirds mid-air, shaking them until they throw up their freshly caught fish, and stealing it before it hits the ocean. But during mating season, these fierce pirates turn into hopeless romantics. The males possess a massive leathery throat pouch. When a female flies overhead, the male inflates this pouch with air until it becomes a giant, bright red heart-shaped balloon. They sit in the bushes, shaking their wings and drumming on their balloons to make a hollow sound, hoping to convince a female that they have the biggest, most beautiful heart on the beach. Our next bird looks less like a real animal and more like a high-end designer toy. Deep within the rocky, humid forests of northern South America lives the Guianan cock of the rock. If you are trying to hide from predators, this bird is doing everything wrong. The male is covered in a shade of orange so bright, so neon, that it almost hurts your eyes to look at it, but its most defining feature is its head. It has a perfect semicircular crest of feathers that completely hides its beak, giving its face a strange disc-like appearance. To win a female's heart, dozens of these bright orange males gather in a specific area of the forest floor called a lek. They clear away the leaves, stand in their designated spots, and engage in a silent dance-off. They bob their heads, fluff up their feathers, and display their magnificent crests. It is a spectacular explosion of color in the middle of the dark jungle, proving that sometimes nature prefers to be loud and unforgettable. As twilight fades over the African savanna, a creature takes to the air that looks like an optical illusion. This is the standard-winged nightjar. During the day it is invisible, perfectly camouflaged on the ground. But in the breeding season, the male develops one of the most bizarre wing modifications in the entire animal kingdom. From the middle of each wing, a single highly elongated feather grows, reaching up to 20 inches long. At the end of these bare shafts are broad, black, flag-like paddles. When the nightjar flies in the dim light to attract a mate, these feathers trail behind it like independent spirits. In the darkness, it doesn't look like a single bird flying. Instead, it looks like a large insect being followed or escorted by two smaller birds. It is a hauntingly beautiful, spectral dance that occurs only in the shadows of the African night. Deep within the rain-soaked forests of Ecuador and Colombia lives a bird that seems to be wearing a costume from a Gothic masquerade. Meet the long-wattled umbrella bird. Everything about this bird's silhouette is exaggerated. The male is entirely black, topped with a massive, forward-curving crest of feathers that resembles an umbrella, almost completely shading its eyes. But its most unbelievable feature is hanging from its chest. It possesses a long, fleshy, cylindrical pouch called a wattle, which can grow up to 13 inches long and is covered in scaly black feathers. When the male wants to display, it inflates this bizarre throat tie with air, which magnifies its deep, booming foghorn-like calls that echo through the dense canopy. It looks heavy, clumsy, and entirely unnecessary, yet it is a striking example of how nature uses the most outlandish designs to ensure a species survives. Our last bird for this section takes us to the vast sagebrush plains of North America, where a theatrical spectacle unfolds every spring. This is the greater sage grouse. The males gather at dawn on traditional display grounds looking like true aristocrats. They fan out their tails into a starburst of sharp feathers and puff up their chests. But the real show happens when they activate their acoustic weapons. The male inflates two massive olive-green air sacs hidden underneath its white breast feathers. As these sacs expand and contract at lightning speed, they create a bizarre, popping, bubbly sound that can be heard miles away. The birds bounce up and down, looking like feathered accordions trying to play a rhythmic beat. It is a high-energy, comical, and highly competitive performance, where only the best dancer with the loudest pops wins the right to carry on the family legacy. If you think you've seen everything, this next creature will prove you wrong. Deep in the rainforests of New Guinea, the super bird of paradise performs a courtship dance that looks like a glitch in the Matrix. The male is normally a small, jet-black bird with an iridescent green breast shield. But when a female arrives, he undergoes a radical transformation. He snaps his wings open, creating a perfect light-absorbing black cape. From the front, his bird-like shape completely vanishes. He becomes a flat, oval silhouette, a black void containing two glowing neon blue eyes and a bright blue smile. He then begins to bounce around the female in a hypnotic, rhythmic dance, looking like a living emoji or an alien creature from a retro video game. It is a breathtaking optical illusion, where nature uses deep geometry and light absorption to create the ultimate romantic performance. From the illusionists of New Guinea, we travel to the ancient rainforests of Borneo and Sumatra to meet a giant under threat. This is the helmeted hornbill. Standing out with a bizarre silhouette, this prehistoric-looking bird possesses a massive structure on its beak called a casque. Unlike other hornbills whose casques are hollow, this bird's helmet is solid keratin, as hard as ivory. The males use these heavy helmets to engage in mid-air head-butting jousts to defend their territory. But what truly echoes through the jungle is their call. It starts as a slow, rhythmic honking, accelerates into a frantic series of beats, and ends in a loud, cackling laugh that sounds like a ghost haunting the trees. Tragically, because of their unique, solid, ivory-like casque, they are heavily poached, making this magnificent, laughing giant of the forest one of the most endangered birds on our planet. Our final stop takes us to the isolated islands of New Zealand to meet a bird that forgets how to be a bird. This is the kakapo, the world's only flightless, nocturnal parrot. It is also the heaviest parrot on Earth, because they evolved for millions of years without land predators. Instead, they use their strong legs to jog, hike, and climb trees like furry green bears. With a face like an owl, a body like a giant green mossy ball, and a sweet scent of honey and flowers, the kakapo is incredibly charming. They don't fly away from danger. They just freeze and hope their camouflage protects them. Today, only around 200 individuals remain, making them a precious, fragile treasure of evolution that conservationists are fighting around the clock to save. From the terrifying gaze of the prehistoric shoebill to the fragile, earthbound beauty of the kakapo, these 15 incredible birds show us that nature is far more creative, wild, and unpredictable than we could ever imagine. They remind us that our planet is full of wonders that deserve our protection and respect. Which of these 15 birds left you completely speechless? Drop a comment below. I'd love to know your thoughts. If this journey brought a little bit of wonder into your day, please leave a like, share this video with your fellow nature lovers, and hit that subscribe button with notifications turned on. Your support helps us keep sharing these wild, beautiful stories with the world. Thank you for watching, keep exploring, and we will see you in the next adventure right here on your screen.
Deep within the frozen Arctic tundra, a spark of ancient instinct ignites. As gray clouds roll across the desolate landscape, thousands of fragile lives gather on sharp ridges. They feel it in the biting wind, the timeless call to depart, mapped out by the Earth's invisible grid. One brave wing shatters the silence, and an entire armada follows, lifting a heavy cloud of feathers against the sun. Even the blinding neon labyrinths of human cities and choking industrial smog cannot break their focus. They pierce through the toxic haze, chasing a destiny written in their blood. Under the pale crescent moon, lightning fractures the sky. They plunge into a violent storm, but even the isolated struggle in the wind cannot shatter their unbroken formation. As a blood-red dawn stains the wild sea, the true ordeal begins. Guided by an unseen magnetic compass, they rouse their collective intuition, leaving the safety of the shores behind to enter the vast, unpredictable void of the open ocean. The miraculous journey of wings has just begun. Tracing a vast oceanic highway from the frozen Arctic along the Atlantic coast to South America, the Red Knot begins its legendary stopover. At Delaware Bay, the mudflats gleam under the sun as millions of horseshoe crabs emerge from the tide to spawn, carpeting the sands with emerald green eggs. It is a critical buffet for the exhausted travelers. Dropping onto the shore in a chaotic symphony of calls, the Red Knots forage frantically. Their bills strike with rapid precision, gorging on the nutrient-rich eggs until their breasts visibly swell. Inside their bodies, a physiological marvel takes place. Their digestive organs shrink to save weight, while their fat layers double in size to fuel the next leg of the journey. As dusk falls, they rest shoulder to shoulder, gaining precious strength. By morning, amidst the roaring surf, the flock stirs once more. Taking flight just above the crashing waves, their plumage glows a brilliant brick red in the sunlight. A sweeping gaze follows them along the rugged, untouched coastline, watching them rise effortlessly over treacherous cliffs and vanish into the tropical clouds, bound for the very edge of South America. Embarking on one of the most perilous non-stop odysseys on Earth, a lone beacon marks a trajectory from Alaska, cutting straight across the heart of the vast Pacific Ocean. This is the Pacific Golden Plover, adorned in a striking coat of gold and black speckled plumage. Standing on the freezing Alaskan tundra, it catches the icy Arctic winds before launching into a solitary, daring flight, completely unassisted by a massive flock. Ahead lies nothing but the boundless, terrifying blue of the open sea. As a cold drizzle sets in, water droplets lash against its eyes, yet its gaze remains unflinchingly fixed forward. In slow motion, its wings beat with mechanical precision, a relentless, rhythmic engine of survival. Night falls, and the solitary traveler glides past moonlit clouds, while 10-meter waves churn violently below, ready to swallow any creature that gives in to exhaustion. Within its tiny brain, a biological supercomputer calculates flight angles using the ancient alignment of the stars. By the third continuous day, fatigue shadows its eyes, yet its flight muscles compress with undiminished strength. Finally, a tiny coral atoll emerges faintly on the horizon. Looking out from the tropical shores of Hawaii, the plover sweeps down toward the earth, its feet touching the fine sand as it folds its wings and breathes heavily. After an astonishing 5,000-kilometer non-stop journey, it takes its very first sip of fresh water. Racing an astonishing migratory path from the wilderness of Siberia, across China and India, all the way to Africa. A true warrior of the skies prepares for a grand crossing. This is the Amur falcon, a fierce raptor engineered with razor-sharp vision and a hooked bill built for survival. In Nagaland, India, thousands of these falcons congregate, lining power lines as their sharp, piercing cries echo across the valleys. Suddenly, millions of green dragonflies take flight from the rice fields, forming a massive, shifting cloud of insects. Seizing the moment, the Amur falcon dives from the heavens, clutching a dragonfly in its sharp talons. In extreme slow motion, the raptor feeds on the wing, effortlessly bringing its foot to its beak mid-flight. But the feast is brief, for the flock must now turn toward the desolate expanse of the Indian Ocean. A wide-angle perspective captures the immense solitude of these predators as they face the Great Sea. When fierce headwinds strike, the falcons drop their altitude, skimming just above the waves to break the gale. Under a scorching sun that burns the water's surface, they endure blistering heat and severe dehydration. Seen from the deck of a passing fishing boat, they streak by like feathered arrows. Finally, the arid coast of Somalia appears, marked by barren baobab trees. Touching down on the dry branches, the falcons shake the sea salt from their plumage and gaze out over the sun-drenched savanna, completing an epic maritime crossing. Tracing an unbelievable migratory map, a tiny Voyager charts a path from the white snows of Alaska across the vast Atlantic Ocean to the scorched deserts of Africa. This is the northern wheat-ear, a frail songbird with a soft orange breast weighing no more than a single stick of lipstick, a mere 25 grams. Standing on an ice moss ridge in Greenland, it lets out a brief, melodic chirp before launching itself directly into the gray, ominous void of the Atlantic. Fierce gales strike, tossing the small bird aside, but it instantly recovers its balance. In a striking visual contrast, its delicate wings defy the giant white-capped waves churning below. As pitch-black darkness envelops the sea, the wheat-ear flies completely blind through the night. The heavy, frantic thumping of its tiny heart echoes through the silence. Dawn breaks, reflecting sunlight across the endless water, yet the bird keeps beating its wings, finding no island or branch to rest upon for thousands of miles. It skims near the deck of a massive cargo ship, but chooses to push forward on its own strength. With feathers growing weary and wings slowing from pure exhaustion, the golden dunes of Mauritania finally appear. The wheat-ear touches down on a small desert thorn bush, its tiny legs trembling. Tucking its head beneath its wing, it embraces the sweet safety of land after days of a life-or-death struggle. Here, in the windswept Sahara Desert, the Arctic native finds its new home, foraging for ants and small insects in the sand to recover. From the frozen ice caps to the burning sands, its dark, glossy eye reflects the brilliant desert sun. The northern wheat ear lets out a triumphant song, concluding a magnificent chapter of pure courage. Mapping a strategic inland migratory route from Eastern Europe, and a majestic voyager squeezes through the narrow bottleneck of the Strait of Gibraltar to enter Africa. This is the short-toed snake eagle, soaring triumphantly over the towering peaks of the Alps on its massive, regal wings. Locking its sharp gaze onto the terrain below, it scans the earth, searching for invisible columns of hot air rising from the sun-baked rocks. Through thermal imaging, these unseen pockets of heat appear as warm currents lifting into the sky. Steering directly into a thermal, the eagle stops flapping entirely, effortlessly spiraling higher and higher into the heavens. In slow motion, the specialized feathers at its wingtips automatically adjust to catch the wind, mimicking the advanced aerodynamics of a modern aircraft. It glides at incredible speeds with its majestic body completely motionless, as serene and relaxed as if it were asleep. Approaching the Strait of Gibraltar, the King of the Skies pauses, staring intently at the vast open water ahead. Science reveals that the cold ocean surface generates no thermal updrafts. Attempting to cross it blindly means flapping continuously and risking death from pure exhaustion. Choosing a wiser path, the eagle follows the narrowest strip of land, where the distance between the two continents is shortest. Here, hundreds of other raptors, hawks, kites, and vultures converge at the strait, creating a breathtaking aerial spectacle. Utilizing one final thermal from the Spanish mountains, the short-toed eagle launches itself across the channel. A sweeping drone shot tracks alongside the eagle as it effortlessly crosses the blue waters of the Mediterranean in a matter of minutes. As the coast of Morocco appears, the welcoming warm currents of Africa greet the monarch of the skies. Without expending a single drop of energy, it immediately spirals upward once more, effortlessly sailing over the snow-capped peaks of the Atlas Mountains. Casting a proud, commanding gaze down upon the wild new landscape, it spots a small snake moving across a rocky ledge and strikes like lightning. Standing on a high precipice, it unfurls its magnificent wings against the sun-drenched African horizon, a true master of physics and the natural currents of the world. Mapping an extraordinary continuous loop across the world, a giant three-dimensional figure-8 flight path unfurls, stretching across the entire expanse of the vast Pacific Ocean. This is the realm of the sooty shearwater. At their remote, densely vegetated breeding grounds in New Zealand, millions of these sleek, charcoal-gray mariners carpet the rugged coastal cliffs. As the roaring surf crashes against the rocks, the flock launches simultaneously into the sea. They glide mere inches above the water's surface, using ground effect to harness atmospheric pressure right above the waves, effortlessly carving through the air. Suddenly, under the surface, a shearwater folds its wings and transforms. Using its webbed feet to dive deep into the ocean depths, swimming as swiftly as a penguin to pursue schools of small fish. Surfacing with a fresh catch, it shakes its feathers and instantly takes flight to resume the journey north, directly into the warm waters of the equator. As the weather shifts, a colossal tropical storm materializes on the radar. Instead of fleeing, the shearwaters dive straight into the raging tempest, utilizing the ferocious winds to propel themselves forward. In slow motion, they bank sharply at 90 degrees, slicing through heavy walls of drenching rain. They sweep past Japan, heading directly toward the nutrient-rich ice-strewn waters of Alaska and the Kamchatka Peninsula to feast on salmon and crustaceans. Recharged, they begin the southern half of their monumental figure-8 loop. A high-angle perspective captures an endless dark ribbon of birds stretching across the sea. As dusk falls over the coast of California, they glide across a brilliant golden sunset, their